had a gallery opening the doors of the mystery place. And speaking of doors, tonight we're visiting the inner sanctum, so open that door, Mr. Holt.
Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. This is your host opening the squeaking door for another session of the AGGMS, the Association of Ghouls, Ghosts, and Midnight Spirits. Oh, may I see your membership card as you enter, please? What? Oh, no, it's not a printed card. All you have to do is show me your wrist. If there's any blood pulsing in your arteries, then you don't belong here tonight. Better come back and try some other time. After you've passed your mortuary test. And now for tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery. It's an original radio play by Emil Tepperman called Make Ready My Grave. And stars two radio favorites, John Banks and Richard Widmark. It's about a boy and a girl who've just been married. A piece of colored string, an open grave, and a hangman's noose. That train is the Southeast Limited. See it? Long and sleek and powerful, taking off the miles on a humming rail. A masterpiece of 20th century mechanical perfection. Nothing about it to suggest lurking hate, or fear, or superstition, or death. But let's take a look into compartment A, car 17. John and Betty Loomis, just married, are going for their honeymoon to John's ancestral estate.
John, I'm so happy. How soon do we get to Louisville?
In about an hour, Betty.
Just think, I married into one of the oldest families in the state.
I hope you'll be very happy, darling.
Oh, I will. You do love me, don't you, John?
Of course I do, baby. I'll always love you. Always. No matter what happens.
What do you mean, no matter what happens? What could happen? Sam, something's bothering you.
No, it's nothing at all.
You're hiding something. There's something you haven't told me.
It's nothing, Betty. It's nothing to worry about.
You don't want to tell me?
No, not now. Maybe later.
Why are you playing with that piece of yellow string?
What?
You've been playing with it ever since we came onto the train.
Gosh, I never noticed.
I watched you. You've been tying a knot in it.
A knot? Good Lord. I must have tied it without knowing what I was doing.
You've tied it into a noose. A hangman's noose.
I don't know how I came to make it or how I picked it up.
Well, it's only a piece of string.
Yes, it's only a piece of string. Betty.
What is it, John?
Here, take this.
A gun?
Take it.
But why?
If I should ever try to strangle you, please listen to me. If I should ever try to strangle you, promise me to use that gun on me.
What are you talking about?
Louisville, next stop.
Oh,
Next stop, Louisville.
This is where we get it.
John, what's this all about? That piece of yellow string and now this gun.
Put it away, Betty, and remember what I said. Don't ever forget.
So dark here.
This is just a way station. The train only stops here to let us off. Otherwise, it goes right through.
Oh? I thought Louisville was a big town.
Well, it used to be 100 years ago, but now there's only the Loomis estate.
Are we far from the estate?
About 2 miles. Old Herman Galt should be here to pick us up in the station wagon.
Herman Galt?
Mm-hmm. He's a handyman. There's been a Galt working for the Loomis family for the last 150 years.
John, I don't like it here. Dark, That wind?
Why the devil can Galt be? I wrote them what train we were taking.
I'm right here, Mr. John.
Oh, Galt, you frightened my wife.
I'm sorry, ma'am, if I scared you.
Oh, that's all right. It was just the way you spoke so suddenly out of the darkness.
If you'll follow me, I've got the station wagon back here.
John, he doesn't like me.
Galt? No, that's just his way. He's very devoted to the family. Where do you get to know him?
I don't think I care to. Johnny, he's driving too fast. It's so dark.
Don't worry, Betty. Galt knows this road like the back of his hand. He'll be there in a few minutes.
I'm frightened. Johnny, please, tell me why you gave me the gun.
No, I can't tell you now, Betty. Maybe after you meet Uncle Everett.
John.
What?
What's that in your hand?
What? Oh.
Another piece of string. A red one this time.
What? I must have picked it up in here, off the seat.
You've knotted it into another hangman's noose.
Galt,
Yes, Mr. John.
this piece of red string, did you put it here?
No, sir.
Then how did it get here?
You ought to know.
Yes, I ought to know.
Galt, why are you stopping here?
We're home, ma'am. This is the entrance to the Loomis estate. I've got to get out and open the gate. I'll be right back.
Betty, I've got to get out, too. I've got to see for myself.
See what,
You
John?
stay here, Betty. Stay right where you are.
Wait a minute, I'm coming too.
Get back in the car.
Mr. John is right, ma'am. You shouldn't go with him.
Take care of her, Galt. I won't be late.
Galt, where's he going?
That is the Loomis family cemetery.
What does he want to see in there in the middle of the night?
He'll tell you himself, ma'am, in due time.
No, I'm going to find out right now.
Better not, ma'am. Better come.
John, wait for me.
Betty, I told you to...
I'm going with you. I want to know what there is in that cemetery.
back in that car.
I'm your wife now. I have a right to know what this is all about. I'm going with you.
All right, if that's the way you feel about it. But hold on to that gun I gave you. Keep it in your hand all the time.
John, why?
You'll find out soon enough. This is the gate of the family cemetery. All the Loomises and their wives are buried here.
It's so shadowy. Like tombstones look like ghosts. Oh, my hand, John.
Oh, just hold on to that gun.
John, whose grave is this with the high tombstone?
My great-grandfather's, Stuart Loomis. He founded the Loomis estate. This is my grandfather's grave. His wife. Here's my father. My mother.
And that's all.
That should be all.
What do you mean?
Come over here. This is what I came to see. This is what I've been afraid of.
John, it's an open grave. Freshly dug.
Yes, Betty. It was just dug tonight.
Who is it for?
Betty, darling. I'm afraid it's for you.
And now let's hurry back to our date in the graveyard. Remember? With poor Betty, whose husband has just told her he's afraid the freshly dug grave is for her.
John, what do you mean? Who dug this grave for me? Who?
If I told you, you'd think I was crazy.
No, you've got to tell me. If I'm in danger, I have a right to know. Was it Galt? Your Uncle Everett?
No, at least I don't think so.
His wife, Christine.
Betty, do you believe that a ghost could dig a grave?
Ghost. Excuse me now. I'm in danger from a ghost.
Oh, I told you you'd think I was crazy.
John, what? Why are you looking at me like that?
I don't know. Betty, you got that gun with you?
No. I left it in the car. What good would a gun be against a ghost?
There's the station wagon still waiting at the gate, but I don't see Golf.
Maybe he went up to the house.
Golf, where are you?
Hello there, John.
What's up? Uncle Everard. What happened to Golf?
He came up to the house. He'd gone into the cemetery. I thought I'd better come down.
Oh.
Is it there?
Yes, it's there. A freshly dug grave. Uncle Everard, this is my wife, Betty.
How are you, Betty?
Hello.
You saw the grave, too, Betty?
Yes, and John says he thinks it's for me. I'm afraid I don't understand him.
You haven't told her anything yet, John?
Well, just a little. I couldn't bring myself to.
I think it's time you did. Want tea, Betty?
Thank you, Uncle Everard. I will have a little more.
You, John?
No, thanks.
Too bad Christina's ill. She's upstairs in our room. But I hope she'll be better by tomorrow. You can see her then.
Maybe.
What do you mean?
That grave out there. Maybe it'll be filled tomorrow.
John, don't you think it's time you kept your promise to tell me what this is all about?
You tell her, Uncle Everard.
Well, Betty, there's a ghost in the Loomis family. That's it in a nutshell.
Oh, I see. And it was a ghost who dug that grave.
I know it sounds mad. But after 150 years, we Loomises have come to the conviction that it can't be anything but a ghost.
150 years? You mean...
John's great-grandfather, Stuart Loomis, settled this strip of seacoast under a patent from the colonial governor. There's his picture over the fireplace.
He doesn't look much like you, John.
Stuart Loomis was a hard man. There was a French privateer in these waters who made a lot of trouble in those days. Gaston Leroux, who sailed the seas with his wife, Antoinette.
But what has a French pirate and his wife to do with that grave?
Stuart Loomis captured Leroux and his wife, and under the authority conferred upon him by the governor, had the power to hang them.
You mean the women, too?
Yes. He hanged them both on a gibbet where our family cemetery now stands.
Oh, how terrible.
Before he died, Gaston Leroux laid a curse on the Loomis family. He swore that just as his wife was hanged, so would all the Loomis women die. He swore that he would come back and dig a grave for the wife of a Loomis in every generation and furnish the noose by which a Loomis would strangle his own wife.
But that's incredible.
A short while afterward, a fresh grave was found beside the gibbet where Leroux had been hung. That night, Stuart Loomis's wife, John's great-grandmother, was found hanging by the neck from the eaves of this very house.
And Stuart Loomis?
I told you Stuart Loomis was a hard man and had made many enemies. There were many who hated him deeply and bitterly. He was arrested and tried for the murder of his wife. Convicted and executed.
Now you know the secret of the Loomis family.
But, John, that still doesn't prove there's a ghost.
No, that one incident doesn't prove it. But it happened again when the next Loomis married. John's grandfather. And to the next Loomis, John's father. Sometimes a year after he married, sometimes 5 years. But the curse never fails.
It's happened in every generation?
Yes. And now, John Loomis has brought a new wife home. And there's a freshly dug grave waiting in the family cemetery.
And I'm next.
I don't know, Betty. Maybe that grave isn't for you.
What?
Maybe it's for Christine. For my wife.
This is all ridiculous. A ghost couldn't dig a grave, make John strangle me to death. Uncle Everard, you can't believe such a legend. It can't be true.
Maybe not, my dear. But the graves of the strangled Loomis women are out there to prove it. Well, this is your room, Betty. I'd have call you at 8 tomorrow morning. Good night.
Good night, Uncle Everard.
Good night, John.
Good night, Uncle Everard.
This is such a big room. It's so gloomy.
The whole house is like that. It lies gloomy and sullen under the Loomis curse. Oh, Betty, I love you so much. We'll beat the curse together.
Let me go, darling. I want to change my clothes and wash.
All right. There's the bathroom over there.
I'll only be a minute.
All right, darling.
Oh, it's a lovely bath.
Betty, what is...
John, quick!
What?
Look. Hanging from the shower bar.
What? A hangman's noose.
It's a real one this time. A rope.
Ready to hang someone.
Who put it there?
It's the Loomis curse. We can't get away from it.
No ghost could have hung that rope there.
Let's call Uncle Everard.
All right.
Have you got the gun with you?
No, it's in my handbag.
Get it.
But
Get it, I say.
All right, John. Here, I got it.
All right, now keep it with you all the time. And don't be afraid to use it. On me, if necessary.
All right, let's get your uncle.
This is his room. I wonder if I ought to wake him. It might upset Aunt Christine. She's sick.
We've got to wake him. Better knock harder.
Well, it wasn't locked.
Call him.
Uncle Everard. Uncle Everard? It doesn't answer. But there's a light in the room.
Push the door further open.
All right. Well, there's nobody in the room. The bed's empty. Uncle Everard? Aunt Christine.
Maybe in the bathroom. The door is open.
Betty.
Don't
Aunt Christine.
She's hanging by the neck.
She's dead.
The same kind of a noose is in our bathroom.
Uncle Everard hanged her. It's the Loomis curse catching up with us. No dog, any trace of Uncle Everard?
I searched the whole house, basement to attic, not a sign of
He
him.
must have gone out. Come along.
But it's raining.
We've got to find him, Betty. Come on.
It's dark out here. How will we ever find you?
I have a flashlight, ma'am. You look.
What?
Fresh footprints in the slush.
Oh, they must be Uncle Everard's. They lead down toward the cemetery. Come along, Galt.
Here, Mr. John, you can see for yourself the footprints lead right to this new grave.
But why did he come here?
There's the answer, Betty. A cross at the head of the empty grave. Throw your flashlight on it, Galt. There's something written on it.
It says Christine Lou.
Betty, what is it?
Look. Over there.
Another grave. He's dug another one.
There's a cross on this one, too.
To the same thing?
Yes. Yes, it does. It says Betty Loomis.
John, sit close to me. That portrait of Stuart Loomis over the fireplace looks so real. It frightens me.
Now, remember, Betty, whatever happens, hold on to that gun, and don't be afraid to use it tonight.
Where's Gold?
He ought to be here soon. He wants to look for some weapons.
Here I am, Mr. John.
God, you always frighten me coming in so quietly.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Here, Mr. John. These ought to be pretty good weapons.
Size?
Yes, I had them sharpened only the other day. They could slice a man's head off in one stroke. Take one, Mr. John.
Thanks. But I'd hate to use it on Uncle Everard.
If he shows up tonight, you'd better use it.
Maybe he's come back into the house through the back way.
I'll go through the house again if you'd like. This time I'll start with the attic.
Be careful, Galt.
I will.
John, I don't like him.
So?
And I don't think he likes me either.
Oh, that's not true.
Oh, what's that?
Must be Galt in the attic.
Help, Mr. Galt!
Must have met Uncle Everard hiding up there. Stay right here, Betty, and hold on to that gun.
John, be careful.
Don't worry, just take that.
John, come back. I'm frightened. I'm afraid to be alone. There's nothing to be afraid of. I have this gun. And if anybody comes, the lights. The lights went out. Who's there? Who's in this room? Don't come any closer. I have a gun and I'll shoot. I can't see you, but I'll shoot at the sound. John! Help! Around my neck. Let go. I'll shoot.
It's not loaded. I took the bullets out when you left it in the car.
Galt.
Yes, ma'am, it's Galt. Mr. John is busy up there in the attic with the body of Mr. Everard. I killed him, too. And when Mr. John comes downstairs, he'll find you. I'll cut him down in the dark with my scythe.
Why?
There were others besides the pirate LaRue who hated Stuart Loomis. Like my own great-grandfather, he was in the service of Stuart Loomis, and he hated him. When LaRue laid the curse on the Loomises, my great-grandfather decided to make it come true. It was he who strangled the wife of Stuart Loomis. Through the years, the Galts from father to son have handed down their hate.
You're mad.
Maybe. I'll tighten the noose and finish
Betty,
you.
where are you? Why is it dark in here?
Betty! John, look out, it's Galt. He has a fire.
And so will I.
John! John!
Oh.
Who is it?
Brian, what?
Here, John, dear. Oh, Brian.
We finished forever with the Loomis curse.
Well, that was a pretty rough honeymoon for Betty. But, you know, there's a lesson in her story for forgetful wives. Yet if you keep tying little colored strings to your fingers to remind you of things and you still can't remember them, why not try a rope neatly tied around your neck? It's sure to help you forget.
Thank you, Mr. Host, for a very enjoyable performance in our mystery theater. Host has had a Galloway reminding me to sleep tight. Good night. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, Creed, and welcome to the Mystery Playhouse. If you like to curl up with a good mystery, if suspense and mysterious adventure are your particular dish, then don't go away. Stay right where you are, because tonight we've been fortunate enough to again secure the services of that light-hearted raconteur of murder, horror, and the supernatural, the laughing boy of Inner Sanctum, your host, Raymond.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. Welcome once again through the squeaking door. So brave of you to drop in. You know, I do like to have a body around. It keeps me in good spirits. What's that? Oh, you feel warm. Well, now, that may be the fault of the chairs. You see, we've been redecorating, and the chairs you're sitting in are hot seats. We bought them cheap from a firm that builds them for prisons. The convict didn't like them. Now, they complained that everyone who sits in those chairs gets absolutely burned alive. And now, friends, draw up those chairs we talked about earlier and listen to tonight's tale of terror written especially for the Inner Sanctum by Michael Sklar. Our star tonight is Santa Ortega, who acts the role of Martin Wheeler in a blood-chilling story entitled I Want to Report a Murder.
Other women don't have to put up with such treatment.
The way she carried on, you think I was Clark Gable.
Believe me.
Instead of a middle-aged bank cashier getting bald and a little pot-bellied. I'd never given her any reason to be jealous, not in 20 years of married life. She saw green every time I mentioned another woman. Every time I went out of the house. Like tonight.
That was the reason the last time. You've always got a reason for going out and leaving me here alone. Now you've got to practice for the bank employees' bowling tournament. That's a likely story.
It happens to be the truth, Margaret.
Oh, I'm sure the team will be practicing over the bowling alleys. And I'm just as sure you won't be there.
Where else would I be?
Oh, now you needn't pretend, Martin. I know you've got a date with one of those women.
I've told you 100 times I don't have any dates with any other women. I'm sick and tired of your insane suspicions.
Insane, are they?
Yes, they are. I'll be home at 11 o'clock. You can wait up for me if you like. Good night. I went down to the car and began to drive to the bowling alleys. Margaret, always nagging at me. Someday she'd push me too far. Yes, someday if she didn't stop the nagging, there would be another woman. Stopped the car for a red light. There's a girl crossing the street. I noticed that she was blonde and pretty. A little like Margaret had looked when we were first married. And suddenly, as the girl passed in front of the car, she slipped and fell to the ground. What happened? Are you all right?
That hole in the street. I tripped.
Let me help you to your feet.
Oh, my foot. I must have sprained it.
Can you walk?
Well, I'll try. Oh, no. No, I can't put any weight on it.
Oh, that's too bad. Look here, let me drive you home.
Oh, I don't like to impose, but I...
It's not an imposition. I'd consider it a pleasure. She was about 25 years old and married. She said her name was Mrs. Susan Holmes. I didn't tell her my name, and as things turned out, that was lucky. No one was home at her apartment. I helped her to a chair and started to leave.
Don't go yet. Come here. Oh, don't be afraid of me. I'm not going to bite you.
Mrs. Holmes, I've got an appointment at the bowling alley.
Well, that's not very flattering. Don't you like me?
Why, yeah, sure. I do, but... Mrs. Holmes, please, don't. You shouldn't.
Don't be silly. You've been very kind. And I like you.
Her arms were around my neck, pulling me down toward her. She used a faint perfume. Margaret hardly ever used perfume. Margaret. I thought of her as Susan kissed me. Then I stopped thinking until the door opened.
Say, what is this?
Robert!
Susan, who is...
I come home and find my wife kissing another guy. How long has this been going on?
Well, this is all a mistake. Your wife tripped and hurt her ankle. I brought her home and...
You won't weasel out of this by blaming it all on Susan. It won't work, mister. I saw both of you.
Mr. Holmes, I've tried to explain. You won't listen to me, so I'm leaving.
No, you don't.
Get out of my way.
This gun is loaded, mister.
Put that gun back in your pocket. Don't be a fool.
You're staying here until...
No. Hey, let go of my arm. Drop that gun. I'll kill you for this. Let go of the gun. I'll break your arm. Now I've got the gun. Give it back to me. I won't. Stop it. Look at the gun. Oh! Stop it. I had to take the gun away from him.
Oh.
I didn't mean to pull the trigger. Is he?
He's dead. You killed him.
I killed a man. I had to get away quick before the police came. Guess I could walk out of the door and forget the whole thing. Mrs. Holmes didn't know anything about me, nor even my name. I acted fast. I could get away. Go straight to the bowling alley and pretend it never happened.
Where are you going?
I'm leaving.
Come back here. Come back here. Well, you did come to the bowling alley after all.
Margaret, what are you doing here?
I've been waiting for you.
Checking up on me.
Why shouldn't I? It certainly didn't take you this long to drive over from the house. Where have you been?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Margaret, leave me alone. Why are you staring at me?
Your face.
What about my face?
Lipstick. Oh, that's why you took so long to get here.
Margaret, not so loud.
And you swore you never had dates with other women. Oh, I knew it. I knew it all the time.
Don't shout like that. People are staring
Let
at
them
us.
stare. Let them hear every word I say. I want your friends to know what kind of a man you are.
Call for Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Wheeler.
That phone call, it must be for me. I'll be right back. Hello?
Mr. Wheeler?
Yes, who's this?
This is Susan Holmes, Mr. Wheeler.
What?
You killed my husband. Just in case you've already forgotten.
How did you know my name? Where to find me?
It was all in your wallet.
My wallet?
It dropped out of your pocket during the fight.
What? You want?
I gotta see you right away.
Well, that's impossible. My wife.
Would you rather have me call the police?
No. Don't do that, please. Where shall I meet you?
Downstairs in front of my apartment house. I'll be there waiting for you.
I'll be there in 10 minutes. Bye.
Who is that phone call from?
No one you know, Margaret.
I can tell from the expression on your face. It was that woman again.
I can't argue with you, Margaret. I've got to go.
Go where?
I can't tell you.
You're going back to her?
No.
I won't stand for it. I won't be humiliated. If you go to her, I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you.
I hated to leave her there crying. What else could I do? She wouldn't have believed what happened any more than Holmes did. Even less. Because she was so jealous. Susan's voice had sounded hard and bitter over the phone. Well, I couldn't blame her. It's a rotten thing I did. Running away like that. Then I saw her waiting at the curb. Young. Slim. And pretty.
So you came?
Get into the car, Susan. I want to tell you, I'm sorry about running away.
Save the apology. Just start driving.
We drove for a while in silence. Several times I tried to start a conversation, but you wouldn't answer. Finally, I parked at the end of a deserted street on the waterfront. Fog was rolling in from the water. A few minutes, the mist would close around us.
I've been thinking. I decided what we're going to do. You don't want the police mixed up in this, do you?
No, of course not.
Oh, neither do I. And don't ask me why. I got my own good reasons.
You got a plan?
Yeah. My husband subleased the apartment under an assumed name. We've only been there a few weeks. Nobody in the house knows it. I'll leave town for good. The police won't be able to trace either of us.
But your husband's body.
I'll leave it. That'll give me at least a couple of days' start before the police find it. You'll have to help me. I need money.
How much?
$5,000?
5,000. That's a lot of money.
You got a nerve squawking about money. After what you did.
It was self-defense.
How would you like to tell that to a jury?
But I simply haven't got $5,000.
There was a card in your wallet that showed you work in a bank. The bank got plenty of money. You know how to get it. And more, too.
She wanted me to steal the money. I saw it clear now. No longer young and fresh and pretty. Just a cheap, flashy woman who wanted money. Money? It was blackmail. If she got the 5,000, it wouldn't end there. She'd keep riding me, squeezing me, milking me.
Well, which is it going to be? The money or the police?
Neither.
Ah, don't be stupid. There's a law against murder.
I'm going to do something very sensible, Susan.
What do you mean?
You?
Take your hands off my throat.
I don't like to do this.
Oh, you're joking me. No.
My fingers tightened on her throat. And I felt as though I was killing something inside me. She kissed me once. She said she liked me. And for a moment, I felt young again. Her body went limp suddenly between my hands. She was dead. I was a double murderer.
You know, I'm really annoyed at that Martin Wheeler, the ungrateful scoundrel, and that poor kid, Susan Holmes. She got her neck twisted, all because she was trying to do Martin a good turn. That wasn't a good return for her pains, was it? But on the other hand, it's not hard to see Martin's point of view. He probably felt that one good turn deserved another. And now let's return to Martin Wheeler, the middle-aged bank cashier who's having a night full of trouble. A moment ago, he killed Susan Holmes because she threatened to tell the police about the death of her husband.
Fog was all around me now, making the world unreal, sinister. Off in the water, the fog whistles were sobbing. I stood at the end of a pier, body of Susan in my arms. I held her a moment longer than was necessary, and then dropped her into the water. It was all over. I could go back to Margaret, try to forget that I'd committed murder. Then I remembered my wallet. My wallet. It contained my driver's license with my name and address on it. Back in the car, I found a handbag. It contained a change purse, the key to her apartment, but not my wallet. The wallet must still be in her apartment. I thought that I had it. Drove wildly, disregarding the fog, passing through red lights. Then a car loomed up in front of me. I slammed on the brakes and stopped, bumper to bumper. A man got out of the car in front of me. He wore a uniform. I'd almost hit a police car.
All right, what's your race, mister?
I didn't see the stop sign. The fog.
You were doing at least 40 miles an hour and on a city street, too. Driving like that on a night like this, you could kill somebody. What's your hurry?
Nothing at all. I just wanted to get home to my wife.
Let's have a look at your license.
My driver's license? It's in my wallet.
Get it out.
Well, I lost my wallet the other day. The license and all. I haven't had a chance to apply for a new one.
What's your name?
Martin Wheeler.
Where do you live?
63.5 Sunset Drive.
You say your wife is at home, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right, move over. We'll drive over to your house. Your wife will have to identify you.
Is that all, officer?
All except for this. Here's your ticket, Wheeler. Appear in traffic court tomorrow morning. And apply for a new license, you understand?
Yes, sir, I'll do that.
All right. And don't let me catch you driving like that again. Good night.
Good night.
Well, Martin,
I'm sorry, Margaret.
you're sorry. Who is she? What's her name?
Believe me, this isn't like what it's
Are you in love with her? Are you? Answer me.
No, I don't love her. Someday I'll be able to tell you what happened, but not now. I'm awfully tired. Let's go to bed. I pretended to sleep. The thought of my wallet still in Susan's apartment kept spinning through my mind. I had to get out of the house. I had to get to Susan's apartment and find the wallet. I couldn't leave until I was sure Margaret was asleep. She was asleep now. I slipped out of bed, got into my clothes, crept toward the door. I didn't see the chair in the dark until I stumbled over it.
Who's there? Martin? Martin, where are you?
I used the key I found in Susan's purse to let myself into her apartment. The body was no longer on the living room floor. She must have dragged it away. Perhaps she put it in the closet before she went to meet me. I didn't look for the body. My first concern was my wallet. And I found it where she must have left it on the telephone table. Everything was there. A few dollars, my license. I put it into my pocket, started to leave.
Wait a minute.
Holmes! I thought you were dead.
I'm still very much alive, Mr. Wheeler.
But the fight, the gunshot. You fell to the floor. Susan said you were dead. You're not even wounded. I don't understand. The gun. It must have been loaded with blanks.
That's right.
But why? Why didn't you tell me? Why did you let me go on thinking that... Oh, I think I understand now. It was the old badger game right from the beginning. Susan's sprained ankle. When she kissed me. When you came in on us. That was all arranged in advance. Oh, I thought she really liked me. But it was all done in order to blackmail me. And now she...
Where is she?
I don't know.
She met you to arrange for the money. Now, you've got her door key. What did you do to her?
Nothing.
You don't kid me, Wheeler. I can figure out what happened. She met you and asked for the money according to plan, but you figured you could get out of the mess by killing her. That's what you did.
No.
Sure you did. Else how could you get the door key? She wouldn't give it to you. Why would you come back here for the wallet? You better be on the level with me, Wheeler.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. So you killed her. But I don't hold it against you. Level with me and we'll make a deal.
What do you want?
So you did kill her.
Yes.
So it's a real thing now, instead of a phony. But the price is still the same. I'll keep my mouth shut for $5,000.
He was right. The situation was still the same. If I got the money for him, I'd be in his grip forever. It was his life or mine. I had no choice. But I needed a weapon. And I saw it on the desk. A sharp-pointed letter knife. All right. I'll give you the money.
When?
Right now. I'll sit down at the desk and write you a check.
You're doing the smart thing, Wheeler. Yeah, you... Hey, that knife. Stay away from me.
Some money.
No. No. Wheeler.
He was dead. They killed him twice in one night. At made sure he was dead. Then I wiped my fingerprints off the knife, wiped the doorknob clean. I left the apartment. I thought of everything. I left nothing behind that might connect me with the two murders. Going home, I concentrated on one thought. I must forget this night. Erase it from my memory. If I ever thought of this night again, it would be as a nightmare. Our bedroom was still dark as I entered. Margaret must have gone to sleep. Felt good to be home again, safe. Back in a world where such things as I had done simply didn't happen. Someday, I'd tell Margaret the truth. Someday when we were old and such things no longer mattered. And then the room exploded in my face.
Oh, Margaret. Don't. Don't, please don't. You're making a mistake. Margaret, you would let me explain.
I don't need any explanation. You went back to her. I told you I'd kill you if you went back to that woman.
Number, please.
Operator, get me the police. I want to report a murder.
Surprise, friend. Oh, you weren't. Well, anyway, that ending certainly was a surprise for Martin Wheeler. You might say it was curtains for Martin. As you know, come to think of it, he made one big mistake. He shouldn't have murdered that nice Holmes couple. No, indeed. He should have murdered his wife. Then we might have had a happy ending.
Well, good night to you, old poison puss. And thanks for your story. I Want to Report a Murder, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. We'll be digging you again in the near future. Creeps, until next time, good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares. Live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, Creep. Tonight, your Mystery Playhouse presents Inner Sanctum.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host inviting you in through the squeaking door. I just left a friend of mine. He runs an all-night billiard academy near the cemetery. Yes, after midnight, he uncovers the ghoul tables. But no rough stuff in his place. No, he settles all arguments by arbitration. Simply lifts a shroud and points out they haven't a leg to stand on. Believes the old motto that a fiend in need is a fiend indeed. dust off the edge of your chair, because that's where you'll be sitting for the rest of this half hour, and listen to Murder Comes at Midnight. This is the story of how one average family, even as yours and mine, spent a quiet night at their rented country house. A night of terror. As I said, the Cannings were just an average family. Harry was 29 and worked as a sound engineer for a broadcasting studio in the city. Ethel was 27 and had been a school teacher before she was married. Now she was kept pretty busy between writing the great American novel and taking care of Judy, her 7-year-old daughter. This was the first year they had rented a house in the country for the summer, and Ethel didn't take much to the idea of being alone either.
At first, I didn't know what it was that woke me. Perhaps it was because I was expecting Harry. He phoned that he was working overtime. He wouldn't be home till after midnight. I didn't like the idea of his driving 60 miles from this city at that hour. Or maybe it was just because I wasn't used to being alone with Judy in the old house. I got out of bed. I opened the connecting door to Judy's room. She was sleeping quietly. I closed the door softly. Went across to my window. Something had awakened me. What? Was it a sound I heard in my sleep? Or was it a premonition? I looked out the window. The night was dark with 1,000 secrets. Harry should have been home by this time. My watch showed a few minutes after 12. Maybe he'd had an accident. Maybe that's why I awakened. Some sort of telepathy. And then I saw the headlight. It was Harry. He was turning in our road. The headlight phased me for a moment as he swung into our driveway. Everything was all right then. I'll be right down, Harry. Breathlessly, I raced downstairs to let him in. I was so happy I could cry. It was only then I realized what tension I'd been under, all because of my silly fears. I unlocked the door quickly. Oh, Harry, I was so worried.
Sorry to bother you so late, miss. Had an accident with my car.
Oh, I thought you were my husband.
Oh, sorry to disappoint you.
Oh, no, I'm afraid you can't come in. My husband isn't home yet.
Well, it won't be for long.
Oh, my heavens, you're hurt. It's your arm.
Oh, hurt it in the accident. Afraid it's broken.
Oh, you poor man. Here, sit down. Sit down right here.
Oh, that's better.
Here. Your arm's so limp. Do you really think it's broken?
I can't tell. It's kind of numb.
Oh, dear, I feel so helpless. I don't know what to do. I took a first aid course during the war, but I don't remember a thing. Maybe I better call Dr. Schultz.
Oh, please, don't go to the trouble.
It's no trouble. The phone's right here.
I said no doctor.
But it's all
Put
right.
down that phone, please.
I don't understand.
Maybe you understand this.
A gun?
Put the phone down.
Who are you?
I'll ask the questions from now on. Your name's Canning, isn't it?
How did you know?
Name's on the door, isn't it?
Oh.
What kind of phone is that?
What do you mean?
Party line?
No, it's a private wire.
Can you dial, or do you have to ask the operator for the number?
No, you just dial.
Good. Push the phone over here to this side of the table.
Who were you going to call?
The phone, please.
You better get out of here before my husband comes home.
Oh, how do you think he'd make out in an argument with this?
Oh.
The phone. Thank you. Now step back a little. That's good. I have to put this gun down while I make my call. It's arm of mine. But you understand that I can pick it up faster than you could reach it from there, don't you?
Yes, I understand.
I see. We'll get along all right. Oh, operator, get me Plaza 99970. Yeah, hurry, please. Well, this is 864.
Please. After your phone call, you get out. Before my husband comes home. He's late already.
You wouldn't turn an injured man out of your house in the middle of the night. Oh, hello, Linda. That's right. I had a little trouble. I hurt my arm. Look, I think you'd better come up here. Yeah, and bring Fred and Doc Stetson along. No. Everything's fine. Won't be any trouble. I'm a guest of some very good friends up here. Canning's the name. Well, you drive up Highway 26 through a court and turn right when you pass the first gas station. Just a mile from there. You ought to be here by 6 in the morning. There'll be a light in the downstairs window. Right, Linda. See you in the morning.
You can't stay here all night. You've got
Shut
to go.
up. What's that over there? Radio?
Yes.
Pretty big.
It's a sending and receiving set. Harry built it himself. He's a radio engineer.
Can you get shortwave? Police calls?
Yes?
Turn it on.
But I don't...
Turn it on.
No.
Well, getting brave, huh?
I don't think you'd dare to shoot me. It would be murder. They'd send you to the chair. Now you get out of here. You call your friends and tell them to meet you someplace else. Now there, I've opened the door. Now get out.
Worried about your husband, aren't you? Afraid of what'll happen to him if he comes home now, huh?
I want you to go away. And if you don't go now, I'll run out and scream for help. There are other houses in this neighborhood, and somebody will hear me.
Oh, go ahead and run.
What?
I won't shoot you.
You won't?
I don't have to.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't dare to run out and leave your kid upstairs. That little red-headed kid with the cute curls. Judy.
How do you know I have a daughter?
Easy. The doll carriage over there.
How do you know she has red curls?
Maybe I guessed it.
And her name, too?
Turn on that radio.
All right.
Junctions on Highway 26. All cars must be searched, every passenger positively identified. Officers are warned to exercise extreme caution. Though believed to be wounded, he's armed and dangerous. I will repeat, Arnie Bishop, known as the gentleman killer, escaped from custody on board the Allegheny Limited at 11 o'clock while being escorted to the death house at the state prison. He's thought to be heading north in the direction
Turn it
of the
off.
court.
Now you know who I am.
Arnie Bishop. You're Arnie Bishop.
How many rooms in this house?
6.
Fine. My friends and I will stay here for a few days. It'll make a fine hideout.
What will you do when my husband comes home?
Don't worry about him. Now, suppose we go in the kitchen, then you can make me something to eat.
Wait.
Huh?
Why did you choose this house to come to? This house of all others.
Can't you guess?
Yes, I think so. How did you know Judy's name? And about the color of her hair?
Ah, you're getting warm.
My husband, Harry. Harry told you.
Oh, you know you're pretty smart.
Oh, please, don't you have any pity at all? Tell me what you did to Harry.
He's not hurt much. I just tapped him on the head. He picked me up on the road, gave me a lift. I pumped him, found out all about this house and about you and Judy. Then I knocked him out and kept going. It was pretty tough driving with one hand, but I made it.
Where's Harry now?
In the back of the car. He can't get loose.
I'm going out to...
Stay where you are.
But Harry's hurt. I can't leave him out there alone.
About this little red-headed kid of yours, where does she sleep? Upstairs?
You wouldn't hurt her.
Better stay here if you want to make sure.
Oh, no.
That's better. Now, suppose we have something to eat.
Now let's return to the little white shingled house on the hill, where Ethel Canning is entertaining her uninvited guest, Arnie Bishop. You know, he's a pretty courageous guy for an ex-convict. But then maybe he has the courage of his convictions. But Arnie isn't so smart, you know, tangling with a red-headed gal. He ought to recall that old ditty. How's it go? Beware of a girl with deep red hair. A man is safer in the electric chair. But who can tell how a tale will end on Inner Sanctum? Let's join them in the kitchen.
Oh, excellent bacon and eggs. I'm sure my friends will like cooking when they come.
More coffee?
Yes, please. Careful.
Oh. I was only reaching for the coffee cup.
I thought you might have ideas about grabbing this.
There's your coffee.
What time is it?
20 after 2?
3.5 hours to go before my friends get here.
How will they get through the roadblock?
Oh, you leave it to them.
Oh.
What's that?
That's the telephone. It's in the living room.
You better get to it. Oh, you don't let go of that gun.
Oh.
You shouldn't have tried that.
What are you going to do?
Answer that telephone first. Get going.
Yes.
Anybody in the habit of calling you at this hour?
No.
All right, answer it. But be careful what you say.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Canning. Oh. It's for you.
All right. Lay the receiver down on the table and walk away. That's far enough. Don't try anything. Hello? Linda? What, did you get started yet? Oh, where are you? What? Roadblock. Well, you've got to get through. I need Doc Stetson. You've got to make it, Linda. I can't stay awake forever. All right. Do your best. Call me back later. Oh.
What's the matter, Mr. Bishop? Are your friends falling down on you?
Shut up. I've got to think.
Oh, you don't have anything to worry about, Mr. Bishop. Aren't you a guest of the Cannings in the little white shingled house a mile off Highway 26 north of Accord?
Oh, you can be sarcastic, too.
Oh, I wouldn't dare be sarcastic to you, Mr. Bishop. Especially when you have that gun. And with my husband unconscious in the car, and you threatening to harm my child. Oh, no. No, you still hold all the cards, Mr. Bishop, and you're such a big, strong, brave man.
What are you trying to do? Get me mad enough to kill you?
Aren't you going to kill me anyway?
What makes you think that?
Because you're a killer by instinct, Mr. Bishop. It's easier for you to kill than to do anything else. I wonder why you didn't murder my husband instead of just knocking him out. Was it because you thought you might need him?
Well, you're not afraid of me anymore.
No, I'm not. No, I just realized I can't afford to be afraid.
What?
I'm a woman fighting for her family, for Harry and Judy. And I've got to use all my wits against you. I can't afford to be afraid.
You've got some scheme in that crazy little brain of yours.
Yes, Mr. Bishop, I have. I think I've found the chink in your armor. You're a coward.
Me?
Yes, you. You're the one who's afraid now. Your friends aren't coming. You have a wound in your arm that needs treatment, and you know you can't trust me. You don't dare close your eyes even for 5 minutes. And you may have to stay here for several days. How do you like the prospect of staying awake night and day, watching me every minute of the time, afraid that you might drop off to sleep at any minute?
Oh, that's how you figure it, huh?
Maybe you better kill us all right now, Mr. Bishop. That would be easy, wouldn't it? Just 3 bullets. Then you wouldn't have to worry about watching anyone.
That's an excellent idea, Mrs. Canning.
Yes. But then you'd have other worse things to worry about.
Such as?
This is Saturday morning. The milkman will come to collect for the week's milk. The neighbors will stop by to ask if I want my marketing done. And what will you do? Skulk in the cellar while they ring the doorbell?
Yeah.
And then there's the police.
What about the police?
They'll surely search this part of the country. They'll be making inquiries at all the houses. Do you want them to find the car outside? With Harry in it?
Oh. You figured all the angles, huh? You know, you're pretty smart, Mrs. Canning. I think you're even smarter than Linda. But you forget one thing.
Yes?
You forget that little girl upstairs.
What do you mean?
Come along and I'll show you. Upstairs.
You stay away from Judy. Oh!
Maybe you think you've got everything figured out, but I'm still the boss.
Oh,
Gun muscle hurts, doesn't it? Now, shall we go upstairs? That's better. So you think Arnie Bishop is licked, huh? Mm-hmm. Oh. Which is Judy's room?
What are you going to do to her?
Which is Judy's room? Or you're going to make me open all the doors to find out?
That one.
All right, let's go in. So you first, Mrs.
I
Canning.
warn you, if you hurt
You
Judy...
first, Mrs. Canning.
Please don't wake her.
Ah, very pretty child. How peaceful she looks. And innocent. You know, childhood's the best time of life. It's almost a pity to grow up out of it.
You couldn't hurt her.
Oh, I assure you, Mrs. Canning, I won't lay a hand on her. Oh, no, not on a beautiful child like that.
No.
But, I've got to protect myself. Let's see. That's the connecting door to your room, isn't it?
Yes.
There's a key in the door. Lock it, please. Now, give me the key. Thank you. Now, we'll go out the way we came in. I'll take the key out of this door, too. Thanks. You first. Now, we'll lock this door on the outside. There you are. Everything's set.
You just want to make sure she doesn't get out?
Yeah, something like that.
Huh?
Now, will you pull the mattress and sheets off your bed and bring them out here, please?
Are you going to sleep in front of her door?
Do as I say.
All right.
I'll help you.
I don't understand. Why do you want to sleep out here?
Norm. Everything just the way I want it. The mattress against Judy's door.
But you can't sleep on it that way, half up against the door.
I didn't say I was going to sleep on it.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Mrs. Canning, we'll see if you can figure out how to beat this angle.
What do you mean?
What would happen if I were to put a match to this mattress and bedding?
Oh, no!
This whole floor would be in flames in 5 minutes. With both doors locked, Judy wouldn't have much of a chance, would she?
No!
Still think Connie Bishop is licked, Mrs. Canning? You're right about one thing, Mrs. Canning. I am in a corner. With this bum arm, I've got no chance of running if the police come. So if they do, and if I'm cornered, I'll set a match to this mattress and fight them off till the whole house is just a bunch of rubble with Judy in it. You understand me thoroughly, Mrs. Canning.
Yes.
So it's up to you to see that the police don't come. You're going to lie for me, Mrs. Canning, and you're going to cheat for me, and you're going to kill for me if necessary, because I always have a match ready. Now, do you still feel like trying any tricks?
I'll do whatever you say.
More like it. Now, the first thing you're to do, go downstairs and run that car into the garage. Get it out of the way. But don't touch your husband. Don't even look in the back of the car. I'll be watching, understand?
Yes.
Glad we understand each other at last. Let's go. I'll be standing right here in the driveway, so don't try any tricks.
I won't.
Remember, I'm watching.
Harry? Harry, dear, can you hear me? Harry? Harry? Oh, he's still unconscious. There's blood on his head.
Mrs. Canning.
Yes, I'm coming.
You did take a look at him, didn't you?
No.
All right.
No.
All right, come inside. Beautiful night, isn't it?
It'll be morning soon.
What time is it?
Almost 6. The milkman should be here soon.
Oh, well, here's where you start lying for me. After you, madam. Now, I'm going to sit right here in this chair with my hand in my pocket. And in my hand's the gun. Understand?
Yes. That's the milkman.
You'll tell him I'm your cousin, just visiting here for a few days.
He'll wonder why you're up so early.
Let him wonder. Go on, answer.
Good morning, Miss Canning. I'm the new milkman on the route. Hope I didn't wake you up.
Come in, please.
That's 2 bottles of milk you wanted this morning and a bottle of cream.
Yes, you can put them on the table.
All right.
Oh, this is my cousin. He's visiting us for a few days.
Oh, how are you?
Hello?
You have my bill?
Yeah, I got it right here in my pocket. Here.
Hey, is that...
That's right, Bishop. It's a gun. Sit still and take your hand out of your pocket very carefully.
Okay. You win. But how come a milkman with a gun?
I borrowed this coat from the regular milkman. I'm Sergeant Wright, State Police.
What?
Thank heaven.
State Police. How did you know I was here?
Mrs. Canning told us.
She? Well, how? I didn't let her out of my sight.
She broadcast it to us.
Broadcast?
Yes. Over this set, Mr. Bishop. Remember the speech I made you? You didn't know what had come over me. I was really talking to the state police over the short wave. Don't you remember I told you that this was a sending and receiving set, that my husband built it? And when I turned off the short wave signals, I turned the switch to sending. And then I just hoped my message would get through.
I didn't think you were smart enough. And I thought I had you scared stiff. You looked like the kind who would scare easy.
Oh, I am, Mr. Bishop, I am. But I warned you. This was a time when I couldn't afford to be scared.
Which all goes to prove that a determined man can always get what he goes after. You remember Bishop tried to get free board and lodging from Ethel Canning. He finally got it, all right, but not exactly where he wanted it. You know, as a matter of fact, Bishop was the type of man who should never have gone in for murder. Oh, too many risks. He should have specialized in arson. That's always a surefire undertaking.
That was your host, Raymond Edward Johnson, closing the door on Inner Sanctum, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. It's late, Creep, so good night. Sleep tight.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, creeps. Tonight, your Mystery Playhouse presents Miss Leslie Woods in An Inner Sanctum Mystery. The title, A Ghost in the Garden. Now we're at your door, Mr. Host, so open it, won't you?
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, inviting you in through the squeaking door. Come on in. Come in, join our happy little community. And if you're not very careful, maybe you can stay. It's happened to some of our nicest people, and believe me, they've never regretted it. As they always say, it's a place to rest your bones. Remember, ours is the only community that has no taxes, no housing problems, no inflation, and no politicians. Of course, it might seem a little dead to you, but that's the idea, isn't it? Suppose we get down to brass tacks. And I do mean the ones that go around the edge of a coffin. Huh? Oh, don't sneer. I've heard better jokes myself, but remember, He who laughs last laughs best. And, brother, when we in the inner sanctum laugh, we're laughing last. Meet Laura, a nice girl in her 30s who had an uncle and worried about it.
It was a pleasant life at Green Tower. It was pleasant being mistress of the huge, time-worn house and the fertile acres that surrounded it, and the money that came in regularly. Always. It was pleasant being married to Tony, who was very handsome and very gay, and who, they said, had married me for my money. Well, perhaps he had, but he was fond of me anyway. I'm sure he was, even though he was younger than I, but only a very little younger. It was a pleasant life, until Uncle Edward came home. Tony had gone out to the village, I think, to pick up something or other. I was alone. Tony, the door's open, darling. You know I never lock it. Did you have a nice time buying things, Tony?
And who, my dear Laura, is Tony?
Oh, Uncle Edward.
Yes, but I haven't returned from the grave, my sweet.
I didn't think you had. Hello, Uncle.
That welcome could very easily be warmer and still not be overwhelming. I've been away a long time, and for a change, Green Tower seems attractive.
Does it?
Which is rather a pity.
What do you mean?
Selling it.
You're not going to sell Green Towers.
Oh, yes. Yes, I need the money.
Uncle, you can't sell Green Towers.
Well, it's mine. Of course I can sell
But...
it. And who is this Tony?
Tony is my husband.
Oh, really? Well, my congratulations. And I take it he thinks you own Green Towers.
Yes?
And thinks you have money as well?
Yes? Uncle, I
thought I saw someone in the garden.
Uncle, please.
Be still. It's so infernally dark out there, I can't see. Might be some burglar fellow.
He was standing with his back to the room, peering out into the garden. Uncle Edward, who had been away a long time and who had come back at last to shadow my life. He was not a very big man, my uncle. And when I came close to him, I realized that he was barely as tall as I. Uncle.
I can't make out a thing. Those blasted shadows.
He was looking out into the garden for an imaginary burglar, while I stood behind him with the old French paper knife my mother had left me. I tried again. Uncle, please.
Now, it's no use, my dear. No use. Go away and stop bothering me.
He didn't even turn around when he said that to me, which made it quite easy when I... The knife went in smoothly. It kept on going into his back until I thought it would never stop. But the handle broke. Uncle Edward's body stiffened for a moment and leaned back intolerably against the knife. He groaned, and he fell. After a moment, I bent over him. He was very silent. As silent as the dark garden. As silent as death. My uncle had come home more than he knew. He wasn't very heavy. And he didn't bleed at all, which was nice, as I dragged him through the French doors into the softness and darkness of the garden. I hurried, because Tony would be coming home. The ground would be softest, I knew, under the rosebuds that I loved so. It was there that I dug a grave for Uncle. And it was there that I buried him. Under the lovely roses that would bloom again and again, not knowing or caring who lay beneath them. There was the sound of our car pulling up at the front door, but I was finished. Uncle was under the roses, with the paper knife still in his back. And I was in the drawing room, at the piano, when my darling came in.
Oh, my love?
Oh, Tony, my dear.
Anything exciting happened while I was away?
No, Tony. No. Nothing ever happens here. Nothing. Oh, it's pleasant having breakfast in the garden, isn't it, Tony?
Mm-hmm. Except for, look.
Oh, dear. Mr. Stokes.
Mm-hmm. Or windbag.
Well, he's a very nice old gentleman, but he does talk a lot, and...
Good morning, good morning. My, what a lovely sight you two make. Charming.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes.
Well, Laura, your roses are almost as lovely as you are.
Ah, they're much lovelier, you know that.
And where is your Uncle Edward this fine morning?
My Uncle Ed...
Oh, Laura, you upset your coffee.
Oh, yes, I did, didn't I? That was very careless of me. Well, Mr. Stokes, I suppose Uncle Edward is still abroad.
Oh, my dear, my dear, I saw him last night here.
Here?
Well, on his way here, at any rate. I was driving. It was quite late. I saw him coming down the road.
Oh, it wasn't Uncle Edward.
No? No, well, is that funny? Well, I thought I could have recognized him anywhere.
It wasn't Uncle Edward.
Well, yes, of course. You know better than I, of course. Well, I must be getting old, eh? Well, that reminds me. Mrs. Stokes will have my head if I don't hurry back home. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who's, Uncle Edward, Laura?
My uncle.
I could have guessed that.
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, my mother's brother.
A poor relative?
Why do you ask that?
Well, you seemed so upset when Stokes mentioned his name.
Oh, well, he is a bit. He's sponges.
I wouldn't have liked him.
No, I don't think you would. So, isn't it lucky it wasn't Uncle Edward? That you, Tony?
Yeah, I'm going down the road to the Carter. You want to come along?
No, dear. I better go through this mail.
Ah, good old mail. Lots of checks coming in, huh?
Lots of them, darling.
Say, Laura.
Yeah?
Well, why aren't you using your paper knife?
My it needed cleaning, and I sent it away to have it cleaned.
Oh, it was a pretty thing. Yeah. Glad you haven't lost it. But I thought I noticed it around last night.
No, I sent it away a few days ago, when I went into town.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll see you later. Bye.
Bye. Until later. And please, Tony, please forget about my paper knife. Please, Tony, forget about it. Oh, hello.
Hello. You'd be the niece, huh?
The niece?
Mind if I come in?
Well, no, not at all.
Very nice. Very nice.
We like it.
Bet you do. Now, where's Ed Cheney?
Ed Cheney?
You can tell him his old pal Trail is here and waiting.
Oh, well, I'm afraid you've made a mistake.
What kind of mistake?
There's no Mr. Cheney here.
Look here, my girl. This is Green Towers, isn't it?
Yes?
You're Laura?
Yes?
And tell your Uncle Ed I'm here and waiting.
Well, he isn't here.
He got here sometime yesterday. Asked me to come here today. But I'm here.
I'm terribly sorry, but he's away. He's abroad. He is not here.
Oh. That owes me some money.
Oh, he does.
Yes, 5,000.
I see.
I don't care what I say. Why not? All I care about is the money.
But
I'll wait for him.
Well, you
You
can't.
told me he was coming here yesterday. Today hasn't come. All right, I'll wait.
Oh, well, it might be very awkward. Suppose...
Yeah?
Suppose I gave you the money.
Yeah, it would be all right.
Then you would go away? You wouldn't wait for Uncle Edward?
I'd go away.
All right, I think I may have it here. I always keep quite a bit of cash around. Expenses, you know. Yes, I do have it. And here you are, Mr. Thrale.
Thanks.
Well, you didn't count the money.
I trust you.
Thank you.
You know, I like this part of the country.
Do you?
Yes. And I've just changed my mind.
What about?
Going away. I'm getting on in years. Maybe I'll spend the rest of them here.
You said you'd go away.
I did, didn't I? That was before you gave me the money.
Well, you can't live very long on that.
There'll be more, won't there, Laura? Well, I'd better be running along. Find myself a nice place to live near the village.
But,
You
Mr.
see, I know
Trail...
your Uncle Edward did come here last night. And he didn't owe me any money. I was trying to get a job from him.
Oh.
But this way is even better. Au revoir.
Oh, no. No. Oh, no.
Gents, it's getting late. I'll be going to my new little gray home in the west, eh? Nighty night.
Good night.
Old man Trail will be back, though. Buy all the drinks you can stand. Hey. I didn't see you. You're dark. What you want? I said, what? Don't just stand there looking at... Hey, that knife. What are you doing with that? No! Don't! Oh! I can't.
Well, you're all here waiting, eh? What's the matter? You brave or something? Oh, you are. Then suppose you crawl out from under that sofa and listen to the tale of Laura, who planted her Uncle Edward under the rose bushes in the garden with her favorite paper knife in his back. A Mr. Thrale tried to blackmail her, but one dark night, Mr. Thrale lost interest in worldly matters, lying down in the street with a knife in his heart. The next morning at Green Towers.
Good morning, Laura.
Good morning, darling. Started breakfast already?
Too hungry to wait. Pull up a chair and go to work.
All right, I will.
What's the matter, Laura? You're a bit pale.
I'm all right. Tony, who put those roses on the table?
I did. They're blooming. I know how you love them.
Well, thank you, darling.
Say, terrible thing in the papers this morning.
Oh? What?
Man stabbed to death in the village.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Stranger hereabouts. He was at the village bar, throwing a lot of money around. Walked out. Somebody evidently wanted the rest of his money, so he got a knife stuck into him.
Oh, how dreadful. What was his name, Tony?
It was a funny name. Hard to remember. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Thrale. Yeah, that's what it was. Laura, what's wrong?
Oh, no, nothing. I do think, though, that those roses have given me a headache. Their odor's so strong.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, I'll get rid of them.
Will you? Thank you. I'll go and lie down for a while. Maybe my head will feel better.
Yeah, you do that.
Yes, I may even be able to sleep again.
Laura,
Yes, sir.
stop wandering about the room.
Oh, I'm just a bit restless.
Get your paper knife back from the cleaners yet?
Paper? Oh, no, not yet.
It's taking an awful long time, isn't it? Hope you haven't lost it.
I hope not. Tony,
What?
there are no roses in this room, are there?
Nope.
Well, then why is the odor of roses so strong?
Laura, I'm worried.
Why?
Because there is no odor of roses in this room.
Good night, Tony, darling.
Laura, are you sure you don't want me to stay with you at night?
No. Run along to your own bedroom.
You're not looking well.
I'll be all right.
Well, yell if you want me. Good night.
Good night, Tony. Good night. I'll be all right, if only the roses will go away. The heavy, sweet odor of roses always in my nostrils. The deadly, decaying odor of roses always in my nostrils. What? Oh, for goodness sakes, I was asleep. And it was nothing. No. Oh, no, I don't hear anything.
coming from the garden. The garden. I've got to get out of bed and see. Just see. Now, there's nobody in the garden. Nobody at all. There's the plum tree, just as it always is. And the vegetable patch. And the lawn where we play croquet. And there are the rose bushes, too. The rose bushes. And out of the rose bushes, a man is standing up, and it's my uncle! No! Tony, what did that doctor say? The consultant, I mean.
I don't know. He's stopping by in a little while.
He seemed a very strange man.
Oh, psychiatrist often. I mean...
I knew he was a psychiatrist, darling. Tony, do you think
Of course not.
Because it's only that I smell roses when they're on.
You're not crazy, Laura, and for heaven's sake. That must be the doctor now. Now, you'll be a good girl. I'll see him, and I'll be back very soon. You try to sleep?
Yes, darling. But I couldn't sleep. The odor of roses was so terribly strong. I thought, well, perhaps if I got out of bed and lay down on the floor where the fresh air in the air conditioning machine was strong, perhaps there I'd be more comfortable. But... And for a moment I thought it was funny as I crawled about a bit on the floor on my hands and knees until I found the place where the fresh air was supposed to come from. Then I began to laugh. And I laughed and I laughed. That night I waited till he slept. And I went downstairs into the cellar. And straight to the air conditioning machine which kept the house so fresh. And there, in front of the blower which drove the air through the pipes into my bedroom, I found a little bottle. It was a lovely little bottle with a crest on its little fat belly and the words, Attar of Roses on it. The bottle, you see, was open. And then I knew that I wasn't mad. And I also knew that the time had come for me to find my paper knife again. I'm awake, Tony.
Ah, brought you your breakfast.
Thank you, darling. Put it down. I won't eat it just yet.
All right. Hey, you had a good night?
I had a wonderful night. Tony, I think I'm going to be well again.
Good.
Help me out of bed, darling, will you?
Sure, all right.
Just put your arms around me.
All right.
There, I'm up. Oh, don't be in such a hurry to take your arms away, darling. Hold me close.
Oh, Laura, you...
Ooh. Darling, I forgot to tell you.
What?
My paper knife came back.
It what?
Yes, I have it now in my hand. The hand that's behind your back, Tony.
Laura.
Yes, Tony, here is my paper knife. You can take your arms away from me now, Tony. It was quicker with Uncle Edward, but I think you'll die anyway, Tony.
Yes. Good doctor. Maybe there's a chance. Maybe.
Oh, no, doctor.
Why?
I found the bottle of perfume you placed in the air conditioner that you were using to drive me mad.
Bad. Bad luck.
Very bad luck, darling. You saw me kill Uncle Edward, didn't you? You were the one in the garden, weren't you?
Yeah, saw you.
And then when Thrale came, you knew about him and you killed him, didn't you?
Of course. Couldn't afford to have you give him money. Money. Who's going to be mine?
Oh, Tony. Oh, Tony, didn't you know it was yours anyway? Everything I had was yours. Why did you have to torture me and try to drive me crazy?
You would have cracked it. And the money would have gone to... Yes. Uncle Edward. I played it safe.
But you didn't, Tony, did you? Play it safe. Because now you're dying. And when you're dead, I'm going to bury you with Uncle Edward. Right in the garden under the rose bushes. I've already told everyone that you're going away, and you are. But not very far. Although it's far enough, isn't it, Tony?
You've won.
Thank you, darling.
And you've lost. Listen. You know what that is? It's an ambulance. For you.
Why?
You're mad. Yesterday, 2 doctors signed certificates of lunacy. I authorized.
I am not insane. I can prove it. The odor of roses was a fake. I can show them the perfume. I can explain it to them.
But how will you explain me or Uncle Edward? That's it, Laura. How will you explain us?
Tony! Tony. Tony! Wait! Wait! What am I going to do? If I prove I'm sane, they'll hang me. And I don't want to be hanged. If I say nothing, they'll think I'm insane, and they'll send me to the asylum, and I don't want to go to the asylum. And they won't go away. They won't go away.
Well, that's the end of poor Laura, who was a handy girl with a paper knife, but who didn't do so well with her spring planting. Oh, and while I amble down to Green Towers to find out whether Laura's spending the winter in a padded cell or at the morgue, let me give you a bit of earnest advice. Never plant your uncle in the rose bushes if you're allergic to pollen. You might get a bad case of sleigh fever.
Sanctum has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, voice of information and education.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, bidding you welcome to another little jam session behind the squeaking door. We're introducing a new kind of music. It's called Swing and Slay. And believe me, it really sends you straight to the gallows. But, you have a friend who wants to join. Why, certainly. All he has to do is tear off the top of a clue and send it to the Spook of the Month Club. We'll call for him.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Don't Dance on My Grave, was written by Emil Tepperman and stars Charlotte Holland in the role of Julia with Arnold Moss as Stephen.
Now, are you in the mood for a tale of madness and mystery? Good. The setting for our story tonight is a great old house, sitting on the crest of a gentle slope where it overlooks the countryside. Usually, in the sunlight, it's quaint and beautiful. But now, in the middle of the night, it's shrouded in darkness. There's no light in any window. But in the south bedroom, there, facing the garden, a young woman sleeps, unrestfully. Her sleep is disturbed by strange, terrifying dreams. Her name, Julia Martell. She's only been married a year, but the shadow of fear cares not where it falls.
Am I sleeping or waking?
Is this a dream or reality? How can I tell?
There's no other way. We'll have to dig a grave and bury her.
It's Stephen talking, my husband, Stephen. What's he saying? Dig a grave and bury me? No, he can't.
She's sleeping now. Let's do it quickly before she wakes. Hurry, Stephen. We'll dig the grave in the garden.
It's my sister-in-law, Caroline. She hates me. I must wake up. I mustn't hide in my dreams. What was it Dr. Krauss used to tell me at the sanitarium? Old, hateful Dr. Krauss.
You are not ready to leave the sanitarium, Mrs. Martell. Your body is healthy, but your mind is sick. Your troubles are all in your mind. You seek shelter from life and sleep. Your mind is sick, my dear. I'll stand on your grave and laugh.
Dig a grave.
A dream. I must have had a dream. Terrible dream. Stephen and Carolyn and Dr. Krauss all mixed up, something dreadful. But I can't remember what's that noise coming from the garden? Like someone digging. I'd better wake Stephen. Stephen, wake up. There's someone in the garden. He's not here. Not in his bed. He's left me alone in the middle of the night. They're digging. Someone's still digging in the garden. I've got to see. So dark. No moon, but I can see them digging in the garden. It's Stephen and his sister Caroline. Caroline, who hates me. But what are they digging in the garden in the middle of the night? No. Long and shallow. A grave. My grave. She'll come for me. Come to get me. Put me in my grave. I've got to hide quickly. But they can never find me. Where can I hide? Closet. No, they should have looked there. Under the bed. No. My head is so tight. It's so tight. No place to hide. Oh,
Julia, darling, wake up. It's morning. Julia. No. All right, darling. It's only me.
How'd I get back in this bed?
Bed as usual, where you sleep at night, darling.
Huh?
Now, come, it's almost 9 o'clock. Caroline and I had our breakfast hours ago. It's a glorious morning. Suppose you dress, have a bit of breakfast, and then we'll take a long walk.
A long walk?
What's that, darling? You were frightened and you were moaning in your sleep. Another one of those nightmares?
No. I'm all right. I'll get up. Stephen, did anything out of the way happen last night?
Why do you ask?
Oh, I thought.
Yes.
Never mind.
Oh, what were you going to say?
It wasn't anything, really.
Why are you looking at my shoes?
I was just looking at the mud. You must have been out last night. Were you out in the garden last night, Stephen?
In the garden?
Yes.
Julia, just what are you driving at?
I don't know, Stephen. I must have been having one of those horrible dreams. Oh, Stephen, I wonder if I'm really cured. Maybe you brought me home from the sanitarium too soon.
So it was another nightmare. Now look here, darling. Don't you worry about it. I'm having Dr. Krauss out here this afternoon.
Dr. Krauss? Stephen, you're not going to send me back.
There's nothing to worry about, darling. It's just a routine checkup. Now, suppose you get ready for breakfast. I'll be waiting downstairs.
Stephen.
And whatever's bothering you, don't let it worry you. Just call it a bad dream.
Just a bad dream. Was it really just a bad dream? But I saw them digging the grave last night, and then I fainted. Maybe it was a dream. Let me see. I was standing here at the window. It all seemed so clear. Where were they digging? Over there, I think, near the oak tree. But I don't see the grave. Maybe they covered it up again. I've got to go down and look. I've got to find out. Nobody in the hall. This way, the back stairs. Must be quiet. It's Susie, the cook in the kitchen. She hates me too. Always spying, snooping, reporting to Caroline. Better keep quiet. She'll hear me. Open the back door carefully. Out of the house at last. Now around the side of the garden. Footprints. Footprints in the soft ground. A man's and a woman's, Stephen and Caroline. So they were out here last night. Follow the footprints. Over here by the oak tree. Yes, this is where I saw them digging. Here. Here it is. The ground's been dug up and filled in again, just the shape of a grave. It wasn't a dream then. Any of it.
Looking for anything special, Julia, darling?
Oh, Steve, I didn't hear you come up behind me.
Well, that's because you were so busy examining the ground. What were you looking for, Julia?
The ground here, it's been dug up.
So it has.
It's the shape of a grave, Stephen.
Yes, so it is.
Whose grave was it to be? And why did you fill it in again?
I think you'd better come back into the house, Julia.
No.
Now, please come in quietly, Julia. Caroline and I want to talk.
No, let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
I'm sorry, Julia, but you've got to come in with us.
No, I won't. Let go of me.
You're coming inside, Julia.
Oh, my arm.
Now, are you coming?
I'll go with you. I'll go.
Ah, that's a good girl, Julia. Go right into the dining room. Your breakfast is ready.
I want my breakfast.
You've got to eat something now. Now, sit here.
What is it to be? The last meal of the condemned woman?
Oh, Julia, darling. What makes you say that?
Oh, what's the use? I thought you loved me, Stephen. I never thought you planned to kill me in cold blood.
Julia.
Don't pretend, Stephen. I know that grave out there under the oak tree was supposed to be for me. But you must have changed your plans last night and filled it in.
Well, here comes Caroline with your breakfast. We'll talk about it after you've eaten something.
Good morning, Julia. With some nice steaming hot coffee. And golden toast, just the way you like it. Coffee tastes bitter. What are you and Susan up to? Why, Julia.
Julia has some strange idea that we want to kill her.
Oh, now, Julia, you know Susan and I love you. Do you? Please, Julia, drink the coffee. You'll feel different after you've had it. I brewed it myself, good and strong, the way you like it. You brewed it? What's the matter with Susie? Why didn't Susie make my breakfast? I heard her in the kitchen before. Well, why don't you answer?
That wasn't Susie you heard in the kitchen, Julia. It was Caroline.
Yes, dear. I made the breakfast this morning.
Well, where's Susie? Why are you both looking at me like that? Stephen, what is it? Caroline.
Don't you know where Susie is?
Nothing.
We buried her there last night. Caroline and I.
In the grave. Under the oak tree. What happened to her?
Her throat was cut during the night.
Throat? Who did it?
Don't you know? This is no time to have hysterics.
Try to keep calm, darling. Remember what Dr. Cross told you. Excitement is bad.
How can I help it with the both of you? You, Stephen, and you, Caroline, standing there looking at me as if I had cut Susie's throat in the middle of the night.
We found one of your bedroom slippers in the hall outside Susie's room. It had blood on it.
I couldn't have done it.
Wait, we'll have to let Dr. Cross take you back to the sanitarium until you're fully cured.
No, please don't send me back to him.
Would you rather go to jail, Julia?
But tell me one thing, darling. What did you do with the knife?
What knife?
The one you cut Susie's throat with. We can't find it.
Oh, where's the knife, Julia?
I didn't kill her. I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Sit down, Julian. Finish that coffee.
No, I won't touch
We
it.
must have that knife.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm going
Now,
to...
come back, Julia. We want that knife. Come down here, Julia.
They can't get me. Trying to drive me mad. And he think I cut Susie's throat in my sleep. I fooled them. Get their prisoner in the safe. The window. Get their coat off. Something in the pocket. What? A knife. Even quarantine dagger, the one you gave us for a letter opener. But in my coat pocket, how? Blood. Dried blood on his leg. I did it. I did it in my sleep.
Julia, what that happened? You shot somebody already.
Go away. Oh, go away. Go away. I'm so tired. I just want to sleep. Just sleep. Please.
Julia, wake up. Julia, Dr. Carpenter, he wants to talk to you. Let us in.
Listen, what can't you leave me alone?
Open up, Julia, or we'll break the door down.
What do I do?
Julia, you open the door.
What do I do?
We gotta tell you this is your last chance.
The knife. I'll show them. They say I killed Susie with this knife. Well, I'll show them.
Well, thank heaven you're being reasonable, Julia.
Look out, Stephen. She has the knife.
Yes, I have the knife, Caroline. Don't come any closer.
My dear Julia, you must realize that we are your friends.
Stay where you are, Dr. Krause. And you too, Caroline. Not one of you is coming into this room.
Julia, darling, Dr. Cross has come all the way from the city to talk to you. He thinks he can help you.
Help me? By taking me back to that sanitarium.
My dear, I will do only what is best for you. But first you must give me the knife.
Oh, Julia!
Did the knife cut your hand, Dr. Krause? I'm so sorry. I warned you not to come in. Did she hurt you, Doctor?
No, Caroline. It's only a scratch. Julia, you must realize that you're not acting for your own good. Why, you're in serious mental trouble. So why do you insist on fighting this trouble alone?
You're all so anxious to help me, aren't you? Well, I don't want anything from anybody. Just leave me alone.
You want to be left alone so you can go back to sleep.
She's been sleeping all day, Dr. Krause.
Leave me alone.
Sleep will not help you, Julia. Your dreams are no longer quiet and peaceful. They're full of violence and terror.
Oh, no.
You cannot find safety anywhere but with me. You understand? I can help you to cure the sickness of your mind. Give me the knife.
No. Get out. All of you. Go away. Leave me alone.
Julia, you've got to listen.
You never open the door to anyone. My head is so tight. I could only fall asleep again. I'll put the knife down on the floor. Now I can sleep.
She's locked the door again. Now, what do we do, Dr. Cross? We can't leave her in there with a knife.
Stephen, I'm scared.
Well, we must wait. I think I'll stay here overnight. There's a storm coming up anyway, and I do not like driving in the rain. Perhaps in the morning.
Excellent idea, Doctor. Stephen, will you get the guest room ready?
Looks like I'll have to spend the night on the couch in the living room.
Well, it won't hurt you, Stephen. I don't think any of us will be able to sleep much tonight.
Dark. He must have slept all evening. Thunder woke me up. What time is it? The lamp's here. 3 o'clock. Middle of the night.
Well, now is my chance. Escape in the storm with that knife. Right here on the floor. I'll take it along. Blood. The blade wet with fresh blood.
Whose blood? Mine? Stephen, Caroline, Dr. Carson. But how? I was asleep. In my sleep. Yes, my sleep. The door. Locked. She's still in the lock. Nobody could have gotten in. I must have opened the door, gone out, and... I've got to find out. I'll take the knife along. Nothing in the hall. Let's see. Stephen said he'd be sleeping on the couch in the living room, down the stairs by bending room.
Yes, there he is. Found us. He's on the couch. He's alive, thank heaven. Not Caroline. She's across the hall. Open the door carefully. There she is. Sleeping. She's alive, too.
Not the guest room. Down the hall. Here. Got the cross on the bed. Is he asleep? His head twisted. He froze. No!
What are you doing out here with this knife? What's out?
Look at there!
Dr. Poe, you cut his throat! Give me that knife!
Take it!
Sure, what's on? Wait, he's done it again. Dr. Poe this time.
Julia, did you do it? Did you do it in your sleep?
I must have. When I woke up, there was fresh blood on the blade. And my door was locked. The key was in the lock. Nobody could have gotten it. I must have killed him, then gone back and locked the door. All in my sleep. Oh, Jesus.
At least she gave up the knife.
Just a minute. Caroline.
What?
Your shoes, Caroline. They're full of mud in your stockings. They're soaking wet.
Oh, that. I heard the garage doors banging in the wind. They kept me awake, so I dressed and went out and closed them. The storm caught me on the way back.
I see. I was almost positive I'd locked those garage doors.
Stephen, she's lying.
What do you mean?
I saw you in bed just a minute ago under the blanket. Why did you get into bed fully dressed with wet shoes and stockings?
Julia, dear, your imagination must be running wild.
Stephen, please believe me. I saw her in bed under the blanket. She was pretending to be asleep.
Julia, darling, I don't know what to believe. You've been doing such strange things lately.
I'm asking you to believe that it was Caroline who killed Dr. Carson, not I.
But how?
Well, don't you see, Stephen? She did go out of the house, but not to close the garage door. She must have got the ladder from the garage and placed it against my window. Then she climbed into my room while I was asleep and took the knife. She killed Dr. Carson, then climbed back and left the knife, and then the storm started and she got her feet wet. It would have been all right if I hadn't been awakened by the thunder and found the bloody knife. But it left her no time to undress. And when she heard me in the hall, she slipped under the blanket and pretended to be asleep.
A very pretty theory, my dear Julia, except that you didn't see me in bed.
Well, we could prove that very easily.
What?
I said we could prove very easily whether or not you were in bed. By looking at your bed, Caroline. If Julia really did see you in bed, then the sheets and the blanket would be wet and mud-stained.
Stephen!
So we go and look.
Never mind. I did it. I killed Kraus.
And this was Susie, too, and tried to blame it on me.
Stephen, I did it for your sake. I had to bring you to your senses somehow. You never should have married this woman.
And all the things that I thought about Julia. They're all untrue.
You had no right to bring her into this house.
You're the one who's insane.
I was insane to think I could change Stephen's mind. That was a mistake I made, Julia. I should have killed you first. But it isn't too late. I've got the knife and I'll do it now.
Stop that, Caroline.
Let go of my wrist.
Drop that face, Caroline.
I'm going to kill her.
Stop
Let
it.
go, Stephen. I'll get you. Stephen, let go. Now, come back here, Julia. I'll get you.
She tripped and fell on the knife.
Caroline. Blade. Right under her heart. Rest your hand, my shoulder, darling. The nightmare is over. Yes, the nightmare is over. But I'm going to miss Caroline. You know, she was a pretty keen customer, that Caroline. Nothing dull about her. No, sir. In fact, I'd say she was the nicest of the party. The only trouble was she didn't know when to stop. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. This is your host, inviting you in through the squeaking door. Come in, won't you? We're having a bit of a demonstration here tonight. Presto, the magician, is sawing a corpse in half. And for an extra fee, he'll saw the halves in half. But we'll have to take up a collection of quarters. Don't worry. He won't go out on a limb. Not your limb. He's strictly a torso man, only more so. And if you ever want him to decapitate anybody, remember, he gets $5 a head.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Over My Dead Body, is an original radio drama written by Robert Sloan and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Robert with Vera Allen as Mary.
Ready now, friends. You've heard of dead men who turn over in their graves, haven't you? Well, tonight's story is about a grave that turns over on a dead man. The casket was ordered from the local undertaking establishment. It was delivered to a private mausoleum on the estate of old Mr. Edgar Finley. But when it arrived, his housekeeper couldn't understand why the eccentric old gentleman had purchased it.
Mr. Finley, did you order a casket?
Yes, Mary. I ordered it. I told them to put it downstairs in the crypt of the mausoleum.
But what do you want with a casket? Who is it for?
Me?
What?
Now, don't be alarmed, Mary. I'm not nearly as eccentric as most people seem to think. I need that casket.
Why?
Because I'm going to die tonight.
Mr. Finley, what are you saying? I'll call the doctor.
No. You don't understand. There's nothing wrong with me, Mary. I just want to be sure my money falls into the right hands when I die.
Oh, don't talk about dying, Mr. Finley.
I've got to consider it, Mary. I'm got to make sure the bulk of my estate will go to the most deserving person. I'm going to make believe I'm dead. That way I can find out a great deal more about my prospective heir.
You mean you're going to get into that casket and be closed up in the mausoleum?
Oh, I won't be closed up for long. Just long enough to make it look real. Then I'll ring the bell for you to let me out.
But still...
Don't be so frightened, Mary. This one. There's a wire running from this room to the mausoleum.
Oh, Mr. Finley.
I'll connect it up with the casket before you close me in. And whenever I need you, I'll just ring the bell.
No, I won't let you do it.
Mary, you'll do as I say. Now, stop being such a sentimental old fool and get yourself a pencil and a piece of paper. I want you to take down the addresses of my niece Eleanor and my cousin Robert. You'll have to send them telegrams in the morning.
Telegrams?
Notifying them of my death. Don't you understand, Mary? Mr. Edgar Finley has just passed on.
This way, Mr. Robert. The casket is down here in the crypt.
Oh, thank you. Careful on these stairs, Eleanor. It's not very light.
I can see. Only I wish you hadn't brought me down here. I don't want to look at Uncle Edgar's casket.
I do. I think it's only decent for us to pay our respects. When was he laid to rest, Mary?
This morning.
Mm-hmm. It all happened very suddenly, didn't it? I mean, nobody ever knew he was sick.
Well...
What did he die of?
His heart, Mr. Robert. It gave out on him.
When?
Good heavens, must you ask me all these questions?
I've got a right to know what happened. Eleanor has, too.
But I told you he died during the night.
Without any warning? The doctor said it was his heart?
Yes.
Well, it seems awfully strange. He never complained about his heart before.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Was an autopsy performed on the body?
No.
I see. Where's the casket?
Right here, Mr. Robert.
Well, don't stand there. Aren't you going to open the lid?
Why, no. What for?
I want to see him. Why do you think I came down here?
But you can't open a casket.
You can raise the lid.
Oh, Robert, no.
Don't be a fool. Got to make sure he's really down here.
Don't you believe me?
No. Raise the lid.
Mr. Robert.
Raise it, I said.
All right. I'm not lying to you, Mr. Robert. You can look inside now.
Thank you.
Is he there?
Yes. I guess Mary was telling the truth. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
You can lower the lid now.
Yes,
What's the matter, Robert?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking how strange he looked. It was just the way he looked in life.
All right, Mr. Finley, I hear you ringing. I'll come to you right now and let you out.
Mary.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Robert.
I want to talk to you, Mary.
I'll be back in a minute.
I want to talk to you now.
Honestly, Mr. Robert,
Don't get excited. I know all about it.
About what?
The trick. What's it for? Roger Finley isn't dead. Why is he lying in that casket?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't lie to me. I can see him breathing underneath the glass. Why are you making believe he's dead?
I'm not. I'll talk to you later, Mr. Robert.
Stay where you are.
No, I've got to go to him. He'll suffocate in there if I don't.
I said stay where you are.
Please, didn't you hear that bell? He's ringing for me.
Let him ring.
But the casket is locked from the outside. He'll die if I don't let him out.
Wouldn't that be just too bad?
Mr. Robert, you wouldn't let him die.
Wouldn't I? As far as I know, he's dead already.
But he isn't dead. I'm telling you he isn't.
I can't hear you.
Let me go. He'll be buried alive.
What if he is? When he really dies, I stand a very good chance of inheriting some money.
No, I won't let you kill him.
Oh, I'm not killing him. You are, Mary. You're the only one who knew about this arrangement with the bell. And if you open your mouth about it, the police will arrest you for murder.
Mr. Robert, please. Don't let him die. Don't.
Take it easy, Mary. Won't last very long. Well, just let him keep ringing. Till he can't ring anymore.
suffocate in there without lifting a finger to help you.
Stop it, will you?
You won't get away with it.
Would I? Who's going to stop me?
Your mind will stop you and your conscience. You'll hear that bell ringing in your mind as long as you live.
Shut up.
You'll hear it, Robert, day and night. You'll think about him in that casket, tortured and gasping for his last breath. You'll never be able to forget.
Told you to shut up. What's that? What's that bell?
He's still alive.
No, he can't be. I locked the casket with my own hands. There isn't enough air in there to breathe. That's not the same bell. It's a telephone.
You see how it tortures you, Robert? You see how it preys on your mind?
Don't talk about it. Answer that phone.
Yes, sir. Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Mr. Cadman calling.
Yes, Mr. Cadman?
I'd like to speak to you about Mr. Finley's will. As you know, I was Mr. Finley's attorney, and something has come up that particularly concerns you.
Well, can I speak to you later, Mr. Cadman?
Huh? Oh, why, certainly. I'll be home all evening.
Thank you, sir.
What does Cadman want?
Something about the will. He wants to speak to me.
Why didn't you find out what it was?
I didn't think you'd let me talk. I'm nervous about that bell.
What's the matter?
Listen. Can't you hear it?
What?
The bell. It's ringing again.
I don't hear anything.
It's him ringing the bell. He's still alive.
No, you're just trying to frighten me.
It's there, I tell you. I can hear it.
You're lying.
Listen, Robert, listen.
Eleanor, what happened?
I was outside at the window.
Where were you?
In the library. It was just outside. It was like a ghost.
Now, don't be scared, Miss Eleanor. It was probably the gardener.
No, it wasn't. It was Uncle Edgar.
Hurry, Mary, hurry. Before Eleanor finds out we've come to the mausoleum.
I don't know why we did come, Mr. Robert. It won't ease your conscience any to see his body.
Don't argue with me. I've got to know. I've got to find out if he's still in the casket. All right. All right, now quick, unlatch it and open the lid.
Open it yourself. You killed him.
Mary, I'm warning you not to annoy me anymore. My nerves won't stand.
What's the matter, Mr. Robert? Do you still hear that bell?
Oh, in the casket.
All right. I'll open it. Do you want to raise the lid, or shall I?
Never mind, I'll do it. He's still there.
He's there, all right. Only this time he's dead. This time his tortured body is tightened up and twisting from gasping for air.
Stop it, stop it.
What's wrong, Mr. Robert? Are you afraid to see what you've done?
Close the lid.
Look, Mr. Robert, look. He's rolled over in his grave.
Rest. I've got to get some rest. I've got to get those spells out of my mind. They're driving me crazy. Why don't they stop? Why can't I make them? No. Please, stop. That's better. That's the way it's got to be. It's got to be silent in my mind. There it goes again. That bell, he's ringing it from his grave. I've got to stop him. I've got to cut the wire. Mary, where are you?
In here, Mr. Robert, in the living room.
You're ringing that bell.
What bell? I can't hear anything ringing.
What? Stop now.
It's your mind, Mr. Robert. There wasn't any bell.
Don't lie to me. You've been ringing it all the time, haunting me with it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where's the wire? Where is it? Where's the bell?
Right over here.
Give it to me.
Mr. Robert,
Give it to me, I said. I'll fix it so it won't ring again. There. Disconnected now. It won't ever ring. No, it can't be. It's another bell.
There's only one, Mr. Robert.
You're doing it. It's a trick. You're doing it with your foot. You want me to lose my mind. Let me go. You see? It isn't ringing anymore. Go. I warned you not to torture me, Mary. I told you my nerves wouldn't stand. Gotta stop you from ringing that bell. Now you will stop. I'll never hear it anymore. No. Make it stop. Make it stop!
Now, as we find Robert hovering over the body of dear Mary, the bell is still ringing. Quickly, he drags the body behind the sofa in the living room. And as the bell stops, he hears a door open behind him and footsteps in the hall.
Who's there? Who's out there?
Why, it's I, Robert. Mr. Cadman. Nobody answered the front door.
Were you ringing the bell?
I've been ringing for some time. That's why I took the liberty of letting myself in. Where's Mary?
Mary?
Yes. Why are you looking at me like that? For heaven's sake, what's going on here tonight?
Why?
Well, I called Mary earlier in the evening about Mr. Finley's will. She said she'd call me back, but she never did.
Why, I don't know why not.
Well, neither do I. I've been phoning here all evening, but nobody answers the call.
Oh, that's what the bells were.
What?
Nothing.
Yes, well, Robert, I've got to speak to Mary about some very important business. Where is she?
Why, I don't know.
Well, you'd better find out if you...
Now, look, what do you want, Mr. Cadman? Make it short. Mary's gone into town, and I'm busy.
Too busy to find out about your inheritance?
Why, no.
Yeah, I thought that might interest you. The will is supposed to be read tomorrow morning, but it won't be read unless I speak to Mary. It won't even be opened.
Well, what do you mean? You can't hold up that will. You can't stop us from getting what belongs to us.
I can't, but Mr. Finley can.
Mr. Finley?
Yes. He made a last request before he died.
What?
That the will is not to be read. They owe it herself.
Mary? Mary?
Who's there?
But it's I, Eleanor.
What do you want?
Oh, Robert, why are you in Mary's room?
I'm looking through some papers. Mary's gone away for a few days, and Mr. Cadman said the will couldn't be read unless she opened it. She must have it here.
The will? Uncle Edgar's will?
Yes. Well, don't stand there staring at me. We've got to find that will.
But Mary hasn't got it.
How do you know? Where is it?
Well, Mr. Cadman must have it. He was Uncle Edgar's attorney.
Well, then why does Mary have... The bell. The bell is ringing again.
Maybe it's Mary. Maybe she's come back.
No. It's from across the hall from Mr. Finley's room.
I can't understand why a bell should ring in there.
I've got to find it.
Wait. Why, say, stop.
I don't care. I've got to know why it rang.
Robert, please don't go in there.
Why not?
Because he wouldn't want you to disturb his room.
Don't be a fool. Someone's working against us, Eleanor. Someone who doesn't want us to inherit that money.
Who?
Well, Mr. Cadman, maybe. He'll be just like him. There it is again.
Wait. It's over here, Robert. It's right beside the bed.
What? It's the bell that was downstairs. The one I yanked the wires from. It's been connected again.
Who could have connected it?
I don't know. I'm going to have a talk with Mr. Cadman. Wait for me, Eleanor. I'm going to find out about that will.
I'm sorry, Robert. I'm not at liberty to show you the will. No one can see it without Mary's permission.
Get up.
What?
Get up, I said. Open the safe.
Put down that gun, you fool.
Do as I tell you. Open the safe. No argument, Cadman. I mean every word I say.
All right, Robert. I'll open the safe.
Be quick about it.
Certainly. Why are you in such a hurry?
Because I don't trust you. I think you know too much.
About you?
About old man Finley. I think you were in on the plan from the very beginning with Mary.
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Come on. Isn't that safe open yet?
It will be in a moment. Now, what do you want?
What do you think? The will. Give it to me.
Robert, you're making a great mistake.
I'll be the judge of that.
Disregarding Mr. Finley's...
Give me the will.
Very well, Robert. Here you are. But I warn you, I'm going to report this to the police.
Oh, no, you're not.
No!
You're not going to report it to anybody.
Robert?
Yes?
You took a long time getting back. Did you speak to Mr. Cadman?
Yeah. I spoke to him. He's going to read the will in the morning.
Wouldn't he let you see it?
No. What are you doing out here, Eleanor?
Waiting for you to get back. I've been going over the outside of the house, tracing those wires.
What wires?
The ones from that bell upstairs. They lead to the mausoleum, right in through the stone wall.
Really?
Don't you think that's strange? I mean, why should wires run from the mausoleum directly into the house?
I don't know. Your Uncle Edgar was a pretty eccentric guy.
But a bell, Robert. Why would anybody want to set up a bell in the house so that it could be rung from the mausoleum?
Well, look, let's mind our own business.
It is our business. There's something funny going on, and I'd like to know what it is.
Well, we'll figure it out in the morning.
No. It's got to be done now, before we go back into the house.
Why? What's your hurry?
Mary hasn't gone, Robert. I don't know where she is, but she hasn't really gone.
How do you know?
Well, her clothes and everything. They're all in the room. She hasn't even taken her bag.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
It does to me. I think something's happened to her. Robert, I think we ought to call the police.
Now, don't be silly.
I think we ought to have them investigate those wires.
What for?
Just to be on the safe side. Is there any reason why we shouldn't call the police?
Well, no.
Well, then let's go inside.
No, wait a minute. Now, look, we don't have to call anybody. We can investigate those wires ourselves.
Just the two of us?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Well,
Now, come on. You just show me where those wires are.
No, I don't want to go back there.
What are you afraid of? Nothing's going to happen to you.
I'll go on my own.
Now, come on. It'll just take a few minutes to check on those wires at the mausoleum, and then we can come back and call the police.
No.
I'm not going to let you have your way, Eleanor. I want to see about those wires. And I wouldn't think of leaving you all alone in that big house.
You're hurting my arm.
I don't want to hurt you here, but you're going to come with me. Are you ready?
Yes. Yes, I'm ready. I can't see a thing, Robert. Why are you making me go down into the crypt?
The wires, Eleanor. They led down here. We've got to find out where they're attached on the inside.
Wait.
What's the matter?
I thought I saw something pass in front of me.
Keep walking. You're just stalling for time.
Stalling? What do you mean?
Don't you know? Don't you realize you have to die?
Let go.
I can't afford to let you live, Eleanor. You'll find out too much. You'll put a rope around my neck.
Oh, Robert, please.
Don't fight me, Eleanor. It has to be just the way as it was with Mary and Cadman.
You killed them.
They didn't want me to get the money. They were in my way.
I was in your way, too, Robert.
Who's there?
Me, Robert. Your cousin. Edgar Finley.
Hey. No. You're dead.
I would have been if I hadn't protected myself against a murderer like you. One side of that casket comes off, Robert. It opens from the inside.
You just made believe you were dead.
I had to, as soon as I found out what you were trying to do. Well, I never expected you to murder anyone else. Run for the police, Eleanor, quick.
Come back here.
Run.
Stop or I'll come after
You
you.
won't do anything of the kind, Robert. You'll stay with me.
Will I? Didn't you know I had a gun, Mr. Finley? You won't get out of here, Robert. I won't let you out. Come on, Mr. Finley. Come on, get the rest of it. I will. Let go of my neck. Let go. Let go. No, Robert. I'll never let go.
This way, officer. Right down these stairs.
It's awful quiet down there. It must have gotten out.
What is it, officer? Oh,
Better not look.
what? Are they dead?
Yeah. Both of them. Mr. Finley was shot. Up close.
Robert killed him.
Yeah, must have. Only I can't understand how. Good Lord. Mr. Finley killed him, too.
What?
His hands. They stiffened around Robert's neck. He died that way. Choking him.
He saved my life.
Guess he realized it all right. Look. There's a smile on his lips.
Sanctum was heard in the United States overseas.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host bidding you welcome through the squeaking door. Well, we're overcome with Yuletide spirits this evening. Parties everywhere. Ah, what fun. One fellow was lit up like a torch. His wife had struck a match to him. Big shindig at the city morgue. Everybody was a little stiff. Out in Hollywood, Frankenstein, Dracula, and the Wolfman threw a monster jamboree. The guests had a screaming good time. And the punch bowl, just right. Chilled to body temperature. Sub-zero. Everybody's blood ran cold.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Death Out of Mind, was written by John Robert and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Ed with Ann Shepard as Mary.
And now, gentle people, now for the soothing nuances of shrieks in the night. Say, ever see the little man who wasn't there? No. Careful, he's right behind you. We're in apartment 2A of a cheaply furnished flat in Chelsea facing the street. The room is pitch dark. A patch of moonlight is crusted on the window as if it can't get through the grime. Ed Tate is crouched at the window watching the street. His face...
Mary?
Ed, there's nobody downstairs.
Oh, there must be. I've seen him. Here from the window. See? See, Santo? There, leaning against the lamppost, smoking a cigarette. I've been watching him, Mary. I can't take my eyes off him.
Ed, you've got to take hold of yourself. Leave this room.
He'll be waiting for me wherever I go. He'll be everywhere waiting for me. Turn a corner and run into him. Catch a train and he's sitting beside you. Run away and meet him in Boston, Frisco, Hong Kong.
Don't, please.
He's Fate. Fate dressed in a black suit.
Please, no more wild talk.
I'm crazy. Is that what you mean?
Ed, darling, think. We're just married. I'm a bride. We were going to be something wonderful.
You married a guy with whams in his head. Marriage never had a chance. You got a stacked deal, Mary.
I'll get help. Operator, I want the police. Operator. There's no buzz. The line's dead.
You cut the wires. I told you it was downstairs.
I can't stand any more of this.
Oh, Mary. Mary, don't cry over me. Forget me. Just turn time back 24 hours and forget you ever married me.
But you've done nothing. It's just in your mind.
This is a payoff for other things. There's always a payoff waiting somewhere. There's always retribution. Now, you get away, Mary. This door.
No.
I'll wait for Santo alone. I don't want him coming to
Ed,
you.
he doesn't
Take
exist.
the back staircase and hurry.
I'll get a doctor. You're sick.
Beat it. He's come. He knocks on my door. Fate knocks. Patiently. Once, twice, three. One, you're cornered. Two, you can't get away. Three, open the door. So simple, Dad. No fuss, no wasted talk. Just 1, 2, 3. Open up.
Okay, Santo, I'm not running away. I'm opening up. Sergeant, I'm Ed Tate. I just killed a man. Here's a gun.
Hey, this guy's sick. Tracy, call an ambulance.
It's been 6 hours, Doctor. I hate to push, but how much longer?
Well, it's futile being a district attorney now, Kittredge. The prisoner's a very sick man.
Just a few questions.
Useless. His memory is gone temporarily. Who is he?
Ed Tate, reporter on leave from the Bulletin. He was released from a sanitarium less than 2 weeks ago. Here's a complete report on him. On his way from the station house to the hospital, Tate kept insisting he'd murdered a killer named Santo.
But he did murder a man.
Oh, he did that all right, but to the best of the department's knowledge, there never was a killer named Santo. How long before he can answer questions?
Days, maybe weeks.
The department can't wait that long.
If we tried narcosynthesis, a compound popularly known as truth serum.
Get started, Doctor. Murder can't wait.
Tate. Yes. Count backwards. Starting at 100.
100. 99. 98.
Tell us all about it, Tate.
All about it. The sanitarium?
Yes, about the sanitarium. You were there in Harbor Hospital. You were released 2 weeks ago. You went there from your newspaper. Why did you go to the sanitarium, Tate?
Stella Andrews killed herself. I couldn't get her out of my thinking, get her out of my head.
Who was Stella Andrews?
She figured in an unsolved murder mystery 20 years ago. I dug the story up and put it back on the front page.
Yes, I remember the case, Tate. Stella Andrews was tried for murder and acquitted. They set her free. You uncovered new evidence?
No. I did it as a circulation stunt to sell papers. I didn't think of Stella Andrews. I didn't think.
Go on, Tate.
I never even met her until that last day.
What happened that last day?
Stella Andrews confronted me in my office. A gray, tragic woman. She told me that she'd long ago changed her name. That she'd made a new life for herself. Until this notoriety started suspicions in the minds of her neighbors. She said she was too old to make a new life for herself all over again. And then...
Yes, Dave.
I turned away in shame, despising myself. And she was gone. 20 stories to the sidewalk. An innocent woman paid the supreme penalty. I was her accuser, her judge, and jury. I was a murderer.
Go on, Dave.
Well, after that, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't work. I wound up in the sanitarium.
And then?
Well, on my release, I tried to forget Stella Andrews lying crushed on the sidewalk. I tried to get back in stride. I tried to kid myself there wouldn't be a payoff somewhere for what I'd done. I tried marriage. I dragged a sweet kid into partnership in the accounting I owed fate.
What did you do, Tate?
I eloped with Mary Connor, a public librarian. For me, Mary had the kind of magic that makes pain disappear. I'd only known her for a whirlwind week, but long enough to know she was gold through and through. We were motoring back from Elkton, just married. Happy?
What time is it, Ed?
Minute past midnight.
I've been Mrs. Edward Tate for 4 hours. I'm hungry.
Oh, coffee do me fine, too. Keep lookout for a road stand, huh?
There's one right ahead.
Oh. Crummy looking joint. Fine place for a wedding supper.
It's the Ritz, darling. Hamburgers like filet mignon. Come on, my mouth's watering.
It's a beat-up cardboard shack. The kind that generally bloom in June, grab some tourist change, and then fade in October. The sign outside read Joe's Barbecue. The inside was gloomy.
What'll it be, folks?
2 hamburgers.
And coffee. Coffee first.
No hamburgers. I'm out of meat.
Oh, what have you got?
Eggs, ham, and Swiss.
Ham and Swiss. And toast the bread, huh?
Yeah, make it 2.
Yeah, okay.
We were half through sandwiches as tasteless as sawdust when the door opened behind us. The night air sent a chill over me. Like a premonition. A man came in out of the night. I stared at the newcomer, as if magnetic fingers were drawing me to him. He was dressed in the devil's black. Black so worn it had a satiny sheen. And his face was hard and bitter and evil.
No, just eggs and ham and Swiss, mister. Hey, what's the gun for?
One guess.
Oh, sure, I can guess.
Hurry.
Okay.
It was a black flat automatic.
Your wallet, mister.
I got my wallet and dropped it out on the counter. The chef was stalling over the register. I could tell by the sudden rigidity in his back that he was reaching for a gun. I wanted to scream, warn him not to, but my throat muscles were... Ow! I watched the chef double over. I watched the gunman vault the counter and bear in for the kill. Mary's hand closed over mine and pulled at me.
Ed, quickly.
I was through the door and running for the car on someone else's feet, with Mary pulling at my sleeve.
Ed, hurry.
Yes. We were moving when the killer reached the door and fired. The shots were lost in the night. We left him silhouetted in the doorway. A dark centennial guarding the tomb. Moon shafts touching his automatic made it look phosphorescent. The Manhattan skyline was blinking at us before we dared trust our voices. Anyone behind us?
No. There was a car, but it turned off.
Jolly honeymoon.
We'll forget it. We'll just not remember.
Did you watch him, Mary?
No, I couldn't.
How relentlessly he moved in for the kill. How exquisitely cold and efficient, like a machine.
Ed, it's unhealthy, that sort of talk.
I couldn't take my eyes off him. I felt as if he were part of me, come to life, a blood twin, showing me to myself.
Darling,
demonstrating to me what I really was. A killer, cold and efficient, like a machine.
No.
He killed that man like I killed Stella Andrews. His instrument was a gun, mine was a typewriter. He used bullets, I used words. But our methods were the same. Deliberate, ruthless, murderous.
Ed, forget him.
We'll see him again, my blood twin. He's my conscience, come to life.
We're going to report this to the police.
No, we're not.
Why?
I'm afraid of him.
But he's a complete stranger. What have we got to fear? We'll never see him again.
We'll see him again, Mary. He'll come calling.
But Ed, the wallet. He has your wallet.
We're not strangers to him, Mary. He'll be calling on us. He had my wallet, my name, my whereabouts. But the wallet was only an incidental thing. I knew he'd call. Our lives were intertwined. Somehow he was now as much a part of my life as the ghost of Stella Andrews. We reached home. We just sat around and waited. And soon the phone rang.
Ed.
It's him.
What'll we do?
Answer the phone, I guess. Yes? Ed Tate, yes. Yes. I understand.
What did he say?
I'm to come to the street.
Ed, you won't.
They won't harm me, he said. If I don't come down, he's coming up, he said.
What does he want?
I don't know. I'll go see. He was waiting for me in a big car that looked like a hearse. As I came out of the hall, he motioned me to come sit beside him. The car nosed east toward the river. He didn't talk. He just concentrated on driving. We were close enough for me to touch him. But I wasn't frightened. I felt as if we belonged to each other. Where are we going?
To the river.
What for?
To dump him.
Him was a gesture behind us. I turned to look. There was a packing trunk on the floor in the rear of the car. The chef's corpse. You're going to kill me, too?
Why should I?
To shut me up?
We'll dump the trunk together. That'll shut you up.
Well, wouldn't killing me be simpler?
If you shut up, it's just the same, maybe.
What's your name?
You get an idea.
No. No, I just want to know you very much.
Santo. Just Santo.
We stopped along a deserted wharf, just under the Brooklyn Bridge. And there, with the world asleep and the moon looking on, we dumped a trunk. It sank slowly, twisting in tortured slow motion.
You can go home now, Tate.
Don't you feel it, Santo?
Feel what?
There's this kinship. We're the same person, Santo.
You're crazy.
No, I mean it. Look at me. Look at me. See our resemblance? We didn't just happen together. You're something out of me. You are me.
You talk too much, Tate. Maybe I'll have to kill you after all.
Oh, you'll kill me, Santo, soon enough. You'll have to kill me. You're my conscience. At home, we just stayed in, Mary and I, staring emptily at each other. It was a honeymoon like a wake. Morning came. The day passed. We did nothing, just sat imprisoned. And then that night, I knew Santa would come. This time for keeps. I knew it by the way my flesh was floating in sweat. Fear was consuming me. Mary, Santo's downstairs.
It's all in your mind.
He's downstairs. He'll be coming up. Mary, where are you going?
To see. Ed, I can't stand much more of this.
Yeah, you go see. And when you come back, signal, like this. Do it twice. Mary went down to check, but I knew the answer. I got my gun and went to the window to watch and wait. Santo was downstairs. When he came up, I killed him.
We know the rest, Tate. Now you must sleep.
Sleep?
Yes.
Balmy as a March hare. Right, Doctor?
Well, it suggests a vivid hallucinosis induced by his guilt feelings about this Stella Andrews. This man he killed, did you identify him?
Got a report on it a moment ago. A man named Jenkins. He was the building superintendent.
This Santo, then, just existed in Tate's imagination. Fate dressed in a black suit. It's an interesting hypothesis, Kittredge.
Big headache to me. Oh, Daly, get those notes typed up. Have the department investigate every last detail immediately. Mrs. Tate's in the next room, Doctor. You want to listen in?
Very much, Kittredge.
Mrs. Tate, this is Dr. Thorpe.
How is he, Doctor?
I'm recommending his immediate return to a mental hospital.
Mrs. Tate, your husband just told us a long story. I'll have to ask you some questions for the record.
Yes.
You were just married?
Yes.
Motoring back from Elkton, did you stop at a road stand for refreshments?
No. We came straight to our apartment.
And then what?
He began behaving queerly. He locked us in. We just sat all night, all the next day. The second night, Ed took a gun out of his valise. He stood guard at the window. He said he was waiting for a Santo.
Did you ever see this Santo?
No.
What brought the janitor up at that hour of the night?
Ed was raving insanely. I suppose he came to investigate the noise. Can I go, Mr. Kittredge?
No, not right now. You'll have to stay a while. Just routine. My men will be reporting back, and I want you to read your husband's statement and then make one of your own. You can bunk on the bench, grab 40 winks. I think I'll doze off myself. Pick your own chair, Doctor. Oh, Kittredge speaking. Yeah, wait till I get a pencil. Okay. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Keep talking. Okay.
Reports coming in, Kittredge?
Yes, Doctor. Explain this. There was a road stand called Joe's Barbecue. My men found it, all boarded up.
Yeah. Tate probably noticed it while driving and wove it into his hallucination.
Mrs. Tate. Mrs. Tate.
Yes.
Did your husband leave the apartment at all last night before the shooting?
He might have while I was asleep.
Why do you ask that question, Kittredge?
Because my men fished a packing trunk out of the East River.
What was in the trunk?
Cement. Bags of cement. What's the medical slant on that?
Only perplexity, Kittredge.
You know, I've got a new theory, Doctor, since we're hypothesizing.
What is it?
That Tate's zany story was true, the whole of it. That the chef and Santa were real. That the whole thing was staged to play on Tate's emotional instability, drive him crazy, then drive him to actual murder by sending that janitor up those stairs.
Like all police theories, too incredible for me.
Mrs. Tate, can you help us out? Give us an idea about that trunk?
No. Ed was irrational, capable of anything.
When he barricaded himself in the room with a gun, why didn't you call the police?
I did. But
But what?
the wires were cut.
An odd touch for you, Doctor. The man who wasn't there cut the telephone wires.
Extraordinary.
Cut the wires inside the apartment. Oh, Fate dressed in black. Do you like black, Mrs. Tate?
I do.
Black worn to a satiny sheen. Do you always wear a satiny black, Mrs. Tate?
I prefer it, Mr. District Attorney.
Good heavens, Kittredge, what do you say?
You were Mary Connor when you got married?
Yes.
Who were you, Mary Connor, before you began masquerading as Fate?
Mary Andrews. Stella Andrews was my mother.
Say, want to get married? Okay. May all your troubles be little ones. Confused chap, that Ed Tate. 3 on a honeymoon. Mister, that's asking for trouble. In fact, wouldn't you say it's sort of crowding your luck? And that little man who was there, popping in and out of Ed's mind. You know, if it was me, I'd have started charging him rent. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host inviting you through the squeaking door for another episode in the Eerie. Well, you feeling chilly? Well, why don't you just lie down right there and warm yourself on our bed of coals? Oh, dear. We feel a little sad this evening. Our pet vampire, Hubert, is strayed off the premises. Poor Hubert, he's sort of stupid. Partly bats, you know. Hubert's so dumb he doesn't know his grave from a hole in the ground. Now, if you should find him crawling around your place, don't let him annoy you. After all, vampires can be an awful pain in the neck. All right, so it isn't funny. What do you want? Blood?
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Tempo in Blood, was written by Ed Adamson and stars Mason Adams in the role of Chick with Everett Sloan as Sanders.
All right, folks. Suppose you hang around for a while. And when the show's over, I'll have Hubert cut you down. Now, let's get to our story. The thin, pale-faced young man sits before the battered upright piano. For a moment, he just sits there, his eyes staring vacantly, his hands squeezed together in a tight clasp. The hands unfold, and then slowly, unsteadily, the nervous fingers reach for the keyboard.
I think I got it now. Yeah, that's it. That's the way it began. Yeah, now I got it. I got it. I was playing at the Silver Crescent, a smoky 2x4 gin mill over on 8th Street. I came to hear Chick Denson pound it out on a black and white. Yeah, I really had the joint jumping that night, really jumping. Except for one guy. He was sitting in a booth right across from the piano. He looked like he was playing hooky from the cemetery. That guy, the one I'm telling you about, he just sat there looking, doing nothing but just looking at me. Look at it, first he was just a square, a long hair. Why did he keep looking at me that way, that creepy way? It started to get under my skin like the itch. He itched me so much, I stopped pounding it. I stopped right in the middle, and I walked over to him. What's the matter, mister? Don't you like my music making?
Does it make any difference?
Yeah, sort of.
Didn't I appear appreciative? Sorry, I should have. You see, I've been following your career very closely for the past few months.
Why?
To learn all I can about you, study you. Sit down, Chick.
I didn't like the way he was looking at me. All the time he was talking, he kept looking at me like he was burning a hole through my head.
My name is Eric Sanders.
So what's that to me?
I find your music far more stimulating than I appear to. The mad tempo is extremely compatible with my thinking.
Yeah? What kind of thinking?
Thoughts on murder.
What?
You see, Chick, murder is my profession. I'm a criminologist of sorts, a student of murder. You know, there's a striking similarity between your music and murder.
Yeah. The way I kill Beethoven and Bach.
Underlying the mad scramble of notes, there's a definite plan. A plot that builds and builds to a wild climax. Most people can't see the reason to it. But I can, Chick. And that's the way it should be with the perfect murder. A crime with no apparent reason. There must be no relationship whatsoever between the murderer and the murderee.
Murderee? I don't dig you.
There's a theory that the human race is divided into two classes. The murderers, those bent on killing, and the murderees, those bent on being killed. Fortunately, I find myself among the first class.
You're a killer, huh?
Yes, but a special and unique kind. You see, I intend to commit the perfect murder.
Is that right? Who are you going to knock off? Oh, but that's a secret, isn't it?
No, not to you, Chick. Because you're the one I'm going to murder.
I figured the guy was a screwball, had holes in his head. I brushed him off. I forgot about him. I'm back at the Silver Crescent the next night, hammering it out for the beer and pretzel crowd. I'm going like 60. And then...
That's the tempo, Chick. What? That's the tempo for murder.
What are you doing here?
I just stopped in to remind you. It can happen any time. Any time.
That guy was beginning to get me. He was really getting me. And it got worse. Next night he shows up again. And the next. And the next.
Hello, Chick.
Now, look, will you stop playing games with me?
It's not a game, Chick. You're going to die, just as I said you would.
Will you stop it and get out of here? Go on, get out.
I selected you because you're a murderee. It's written all over you. The perfect victim for a perfect murder. There's nothing you can do to prevent it.
Oh, you'll see what I can do.
You can't run away from me. I'll find you wherever you go.
I'll go to the cops. I'll tell them about you. They'll take care of you. That's what cops are for. They'll take care of you good.
The police. Go ahead, Chick. You go to the police. They'll think you're crazy.
I could just make out the green lights of the station house ahead in the fog. And then I stopped. Sure, I tell the cops the guy comes up to me and says, I'm going to murder you, buddy. You're number one on my kill parade. And what would the cops think? They'd think I drag on the wrong kind of smokes. That's what they'd think. So I turn around and I walk back. Get to the corner. I step off the curb and two lights jump at me. I try to get back, but...
Are you all right?
What is this? Who are you?
My name's Rita Corday. You're in my apartment. You were struck by my car. I'm awfully sorry.
Where is he?
What?
He's here, isn't he?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
You're lying. You tried to kill me.
What?
He had you do it. It didn't work, so you brought me here to finish it off. Well, you're not going to do it. I'm not going to die.
You mustn't try to get up.
You're not going to kill me. You're not going.
Please, lie back.
I'm getting out of here. You're not going to do that to me.
Listen to me, please. I want to help you, Chick.
There, you know my name. You were lying just like I said. You're in with him. You're going to kill me.
Wait. Of course I know your name, Chick Denson. I looked through the papers in your pocket. Now, you listen to me and try to understand. You weren't hurt badly, but you've had a shock, and you're imagining things. I brought you here to help you. No one is going to do you any harm. You're safe. Do you understand that?
Safe?
Perfectly.
He isn't he? You're not helping us?
I haven't the slightest idea what you mean. I told you I'm going to help you. I'm going to take care of you, Chick. You're going to stay here until everything is all right.
Rita took good care of me. In a couple of days, I was feeling all right. And then I started to figure he'd never find me here. As long as I was here, I was okay. Rita had a piano. I had nothing to do all day but just sit and play. I was okay, but I wasn't telling Rita. Not while Eric Sanders was still out to get me.
I'm home, Chick.
Hello, Rita. You're late. 10 minutes. I told you, baby, I hate to wait for you. Even just 10 minutes.
I stopped in the store around the corner. I bought you something.
Oh.
Go ahead, open the package.
Okay. Rita.
Chick, what's the matter?
Look, where did you get it?
I told you in a store around the corner.
Look at it.
The Fine Art of Murder by Eric Sanders. Chick, I didn't buy that book. It was another one. I must have gotten the wrong package. They made a mistake.
It wasn't a mistake. I got to get out of here.
What's the matter with you, Chick? What's wrong?
Coming to get me. I've got to get away from here. I've got to get away. I walked and I walked. I didn't know where to go. Then I saw I was down by the waterfront. I stopped and I stood there looking at the river, trying to figure something out. I pulled out a cigarette. Then when I felt for my matches...
Light, Chick.
Sanders.
I told you, Chick. It was no use running away. I told you I'd find you. I was waiting here for you. I followed you from her house.
You sent that book.
I told you I had a plan.
Now look, you're going to leave me alone.
No, Chick. Not until you're dead.
Why does it have to be me?
I told you why. You were born to be murdered, and I was born to do the murdering. And there's nothing you can do to prevent it.
I'm going to make you stop, so help me. I'm going to. If I have to beat the life out of you, you're going to stop. Do you hear me? You're going to leave me alone. You're going to stop. Stop!
You can't kill me. And you can't make me stop killing you. No matter how hard you try. It wasn't meant to be that way.
No, you'll see. You'll see. I pounded into him. I beat him until my hands were sore. Then I stopped. He sagged to the ground. I was going to kick him in the face, right in that smirking face. But I couldn't. I don't know why. I wanted to, but I couldn't. Then he looked up at me.
You can't do it, can you, Chick? It's just as I told you. You're the murderee, and I'm the murderer. You're the one who's going to die.
You know, I'd like to feel sorry for our hip pianist friend Chick, but I just can't. Why, surely his music teacher must have warned him that the boogie-woogie would get him if he didn't watch out. You know, Chick started out by being in the groove. Now it looks like he's headed for a rut, about 6 feet deep. Yes, sir, that Sanders fellow really digs him. Well, now, sit back and let's hear the low notes and the rest of Chick Denson's story.
I keep playing this number over and over again. I don't know why. I thought maybe it'd help me forget. But it doesn't. Nothing helps me to forget. I had to make up my mind to do it. I had to kill Eric Sanders.
Well, Chick, nice of you to visit me. I didn't expect...
Get inside, Sandy.
Oh, a gun.
Get in there.
Certainly. What's this about?
I'm going to kill you. You made it this way. You made it either you or me, so now it's going to be you.
All right, Chick. Here I am, back against the wall. Go ahead, shoot if you can. But you can't, can you? You can't pull that trigger. You hate me, yet you can't kill me. And I have absolutely no feelings about you, and yet I'm going to murder you eventually. I'm going to murder you in a perfect, undetectable fashion. What are you waiting for, Chick? Go ahead, shoot. Go ahead.
He stood there laughing at me. I had to do it. I just had to. I squeezed the trigger. He stopped laughing. I squeezed again. Then I got out of there fast. I went back to Rita's place. She was out. I sat down at the piano and banged on the ivories. I wanted to forget everything and just keep playing. I killed a guy. All right, so I killed him. But I had to do it. You can see that, can't you? Can't you? I kept punching away at the keys. Then all of a sudden, I feel something in the room, like a cold wind coming in when you open the door.
Hello, Chick.
It was him. Sanders. He was standing in the doorway. He was standing there as big as life.
You thought you could kill me, but you couldn't, could you?
You're dead. I shot you. You're dead.
Oh, no, you couldn't kill me, Chick. You couldn't really kill anybody. I told you it wasn't in your nature.
But I shot you. I fired the gun. You're dead.
Yes, you fired the gun. But think. Maybe it was too dark in that room. The lights were low. You never fired a gun before, did you, Chick? Maybe your hand was unsteady. There are many maybes in murder. You've got to have a plan when you kill. A sure, definite plan. Like I have for you, Chick. A plan for the perfect murder.
Don't come near me. Stay away. Don't come near me.
No, Chick, it's not now. Not at this moment. But the time is getting closer. That's what I came to tell you. The time for you getting closer.
Maybe I could have helped you before, Chick, if you'd only told me about him.
I don't know why I didn't tell you, Rita. Maybe I didn't trust you.
You do now, don't you?
Oh, sure, baby.
All right, then listen to me. We'll drive back to town and you'll go to the police.
Oh, no.
You can't keep running away.
I can't go to the police, don't you see? It's too late for that. I tried to kill Sanders. They'll grab me for that right off. It's got to be this way. We'll hide up in the woods. I know a little place, a hotel. He won't find me there. Yeah, Rita?
You have to play that again.
What's the matter with it?
Nothing. I'm just tired of hearing it.
I like it. It suits me.
It's got me sick. I'm sick of being cooped up in my room, too. I want to get outside, even if it's just for 3 minutes.
You're not leaving this hotel. I told you, you're not showing your face outside until I say so.
Yeah?
Rita!
What?
Where do you think you're going?
Going outside. I told you, I'm sick of this.
I went to the window and I waited. But Rita didn't come out. She was up to something. I went out into the hall. I stopped at the head of the stairs. There she was at the payphone down in the lobby. I could hear what she was saying.
Yes. It's 3 miles off the main road. The Star Hotel. Then I'll expect you by 10 tonight. Yes, you'll be here. I'll see to that.
She hung up and walked outside. I got down to the phone fast.
Number, please.
I was just disconnected.
I'm sorry, sir. That was Riverside 9970?
Yeah.
Just a moment, please.
Hello.
It was his voice, Sanders. Rita called him. Rita. She was in with him. He was coming to get me. The both of them, they were going to get me. But it wasn't going to be that way. I knew the woods around the hotel. I knew every inch of them. And now I knew what I was going to do with Rita.
Where are we going, Chick?
What's the difference? You wanted to get outside, now we're out.
It's so dark in these woods.
The moon's out. There's a clearing a few yards ahead. See? Plenty of light.
It's getting late. We ought to get back, don't you think?
You know something, Rita?
What?
You act like you had an appointment back at the hotel.
Appointment?
Yeah. You act like you expected somebody. Here's what I wanted to show you. I dropped this rock in that pool of mud. Now watch it.
Disappeared.
Uh-huh. Quicksand.
Is that what you wanted to show me?
What happened to that rock, Rita, is going to happen to you.
Chick!
I know you're in with Sanders to kill me.
What?
I heard you on the telephone.
No, Chick, I didn't call him, believe me.
You're a liar. You're a lousy liar. I checked on you.
I was trying to help you, Chick. That call
Yeah, help me to a fast funeral. Well, now it's your funeral. He says I can't kill. Well, you'll see, Rita. You'll see. I can kill you.
Please don't listen to me.
You're going under like that rock. Just like that.
No, Chick, please, for mercy.
Just like that rock.
Please, listen to me. I was only trying to help you. Please, pull me out of here. Save me. Please.
I stepped back and I watched the sand swallow her up.
Chick, help me. Help.
The woods were quiet again. I turned around, and then I saw him standing there in the moonlight. You killed her. He didn't look the same as he looked before. I could see it in his eyes. He didn't sound the same. His voice gave him away. He was afraid. Afraid of me. You killed her. You said I couldn't kill, but now you know I can. I planned her murder, Sanders. I planned it perfectly. I killed her, and now I can kill you. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. I chased him through the bushes. I followed him in the moonlight, and then I disappeared into the shadows. Go ahead, run. Run, but it won't do you any good, Sanders. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you when you least expect it. I headed back to town to his house. There were no lights on, but I knew he was in there, hiding in the dark. I got in through a window, went upstairs, and opened the door to his bedroom. The moonlight was coming in, It was shining on the bed, right on the bed where he was sitting.
You?
I told you, Sanders, you couldn't get away from me.
No, don't come near me, please.
You're going to die, and no one will ever find out who did it. A perfect murder.
No, don't.
A perfectly planned murder, Sanders. My hands closed around his throat. Tighter. And then the life dropped out of him. I let him fall back on the bed. And when I looked at him, something funny happened. He wasn't there. I felt dizzy. I rubbed my eyes. I looked again. Then something came from behind me. An arm. It swung around my neck.
All right, you. Don't move.
I tried to get out of the grip. The arm tightened. I said, don't try to... Something hard and heavy pounded on my head and slammed up against my brain. And then I faded. When I came out of it, I heard a voice above me.
I was keeping a watch on the house like you told me, Inspector. I saw this character sneak in through a side window. He was choking the devil out of that pillow there on the bed. And like I told you on the phone, he was talking to himself a mile a minute. That crazy kind of talk.
Well, Robinson, he's our man, all right.
Sure, Inspector, but what bothers me is if he did knock Eric Sanders off 3 days ago, why in the deuce did he come back here again?
I don't know, you got me. But it's a good thing for us he did. We were up a blind alley in this case. From the way things look, Sanders' death was a perfect murder.
Before the trial started, they sent a doctor in to see me. One of those mind specialists. He spent hours with me. He told me why I bothered to go back again to Sanders' house.
The first time you went to Sanders' house, Chick, you actually murdered him with your gun. But in your mind, you couldn't kill him. In your mind, he was still alive.
But, Doc, I saw him. He talked to me. I heard his voice.
Those were hallucinations, Chick.
Yeah? What about the telephone call Rita made? I talked to him right after she did.
Rita Corday was calling in a doctor to look at you. She thought you were mentally sick. When you heard the doctor's voice on the phone, you believed it was Sanders because you wanted to believe that.
Rita, she was trying to help me, like she said.
Yes. And after you killed her, you felt you could kill Sanders. That's why you went back to his house, to fulfill the murder in your mind. That's all there is to it, Chick.
That's all there is to it. That's what the doc said. But there's more. The court said I was non-compass something. It means that you're crazy. That put me away in this place. Here I got nothing to do but think. I asked for a piano. They brought this one in this morning. The doc said it was hallucinations, but I saw him. I really saw him. Yeah, and I heard his voice. The doc said it couldn't have been Sanders, but I tell you, I saw him. I saw him with my own eyes. The doc said Sanders was already dead. All right, then. If it wasn't Sanders I saw, then who was it? Who was it? I'm trying not to think. That's why I'm playing now. Maybe if I play long enough, I'll forget about what I'm thinking. I'll keep playing, that's all. I'll just keep playing.
Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum was a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host inviting you through the squeaking door to give you a peek at the latest style in murder and mayhem.
Yes, Fred. The styles in crime change like anything else. You know, there's a new look to the corpses these days. Blood is running longer for the ladies. Stranglers report that the new long hairdo is ideal for garroting girls with their own treasures. Only one girl ghost I know of complained about the long dresses. She says that she's been wearing long sheets for years, and now no one can tell her from a human that she can't haunt people anymore. Isn't that terrible?
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, The Doomed, was written by Milton Lewis and stars Carl Swenson, the role of Garth, with Mercedes McCambridge as Claudia.
All right, Francis. You know what's going to happen now, don't you? That's right. You're going to scream your little heads off and laugh. Ready? Then gather close to the fire and listen to Garth Walden tell us his strange story.
I'm not sure if I icy sweat my whole being. Oh, presence is death. And I rushed to the window as if to escape and opened it wide. And with the breath of the cool night air on my face, my eyes cleared, and I looked at Nina's bed. And I knew that she wasn't sleeping. I called. Nina! Nina, wake up! She didn't stir. Nina! I was terrified. I knew that the slightest sound usually woke her, and I shook her. Nina! Nina, talk to me. It's me, Garth. Nina! And then I saw it. The bruises on her neck. I knew I'd murdered her. Frantically, dialed, remembered. I glanced at her. Her eyes were closed. She was still, so deathly still.
Hello. Hello there.
Lyman.
Yes, this is Lyman Simmons. Who's calling?
I'm sorry to wake you at an hour like this.
Who is this?
Garth Walden.
Oh, what do you want, Garth?
I'm in a terrible jam.
Well, what's the matter?
I murdered my wife.
What? When? No?
Just you. I don't know what to do. I need help desperately. She's lying there on the bed.
Now get a grip on yourself. Do exactly as I tell you.
Yes.
Get a suitcase. Pack some clothes.
Yes.
Pack her jewels. Take anything that's small and valuable. You hear me?
Yes.
When you leave, lock the door. Make sure of that.
Yes, I will.
Then come directly to my place. Don't take a cab. Walk. It's only a short distance.
Yes, I understand.
Don't let anyone see your face if you pass them on the street. Make sure no one sees you come into my house.
Yes, I'll be careful.
Remember everything I told you.
I appreciate what you're doing, Lyman. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Garth.
Come in, Garth. Did anyone see you?
No.
All right, sit here while I draw the blind. This is the ground floor apartment. Lyman, just a moment, Garth. Did you get the jewels?
Yes, here. I took the jewelry box.
Put it on the desk.
Here.
Now, what happened?
Well, you know that I've been ill.
Yes?
Well, Nina wanted me to go to her sanitarium. I guess that's why I hated her. I guess that's why I killed her. She wanted me locked away so that she could get at my money. She never loved me, and I'm not sorry that I killed her.
Shut up. Someone may hear you.
I don't care. I'm glad I killed her.
I'm sorry, Garth. You're losing your head.
All right. I'll behave. But look, now, you've got to help me. I can't take care of this myself. Somebody's got to help me.
You're not making it easy for anyone to help you. Go on. What happened?
Well, Nina had me examined by a group of specialists to find out if I was insane.
Well?
And they said that I wasn't. Just a case of my nerves being shot.
How did you murder her?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. See, that's one of the things that's wrong with me. I can't remember certain things.
You don't remember killing her?
No. But I must have murdered her.
What makes you so sure?
Well, because I was locked in the room with her. And I must have done it while I slept.
Well, you slept.
Well, they told me that I once tried to choke her while I was sleepwalking. I don't remember. I see. And when I woke tonight, I was having a kind of a nightmare. She was on the bed, dead, and there were bruises on her throat.
I know that I murdered. Go on, Doc. Well, then I phoned you. You were my oldest and closest friend. You're the only one I could think of to turn to. You're a lawyer, and you know what to do. See, you do know what to do, don't you, Lyman? You are going to help me. You're not going to let them put me to death for this, are you?
Doc,
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, you approached me about getting a divorce.
Yes, that's right.
You mentioned something about another woman.
Yes, Claudia Weston. I want to marry her. Why?
Can the police find out about that?
I suppose so. There are letters and things. Is that important?
Very. It gives you a motive for murder. When did the group of doctors examine you?
2 days ago.
Why? Why? A plea of insanity is about the only thing that can save you. And now, with their findings that you're sane, that's out.
Well, what am I going to do?
Doc, aiding and abetting a criminal is a serious offense. I can go to prison for helping you.
Are you backing out?
I don't know.
No, you can't. You're my friend.
You realize you're asking me to commit a crime.
For heaven's sake, Lyman, what are you trying to do? Drive me out of my mind? I've gone through enough. Seeing her there on the bed like that, and now you're going to let them take me?
No, Doc. Here, I've got them for you. Here, take this.
Take a gun. It's loaded.
The serial number has been filed off. I took this away from a rather stupid client of mine.
Well, what's the idea?
You're a fugitive now. You might need it. Did you lock up the apartment as I told you to?
Yes.
The banks will be open in 4 hours. I want you to go to your bank and draw out all your ready cash and bring it here.
Why?
I'll need it to help you get out of the country.
Is that what I've got to do?
That's exactly what you've got to do. Now, when you leave here, check in at some hotel. Turn your collar up. Don't let anyone get a good look at your face.
I understand.
You won't be in any danger until after they've discovered Nina's body. Will anyone call at the apartment this morning?
No, there won't be anyone there all day. I don't think. Nina's discharged from me yesterday.
That's all to your advantage. As soon as you've got the money out of the bank, come here. Try not to be seen. It won't be so easy at that hour, but we'll have to risk it.
I appreciate it. Don't imagine I'm unaware of the risks that you're taking.
You saved my life for me. But I would have done it even if I didn't owe you that favor. All right. You better leave now.
There wasn't a soul in the hall or the street outside. So far, I was feeling lucky. Then I heard it. A siren. I glanced over my shoulder. It was a police prowl car speeding down the block, and it was coming from the street where I lived. They discovered the body. They were already looking for me. I ran as fast as I could, and the prowl car was streaking up the street. Right in back of me now, but a few more steps to a subway entrance, and I ran down the steps, and I had a nickel ready. And I dashed through the turnstile. My luck still held because there was a waiting train, and the doors closed just as the car and the train pulled out of the platform.
And then you came here, Doc.
Yes, that's right, Claudia. I was afraid to go to a hotel. The police might be looking there already. They could get me when I tried to register.
This is a hotel.
I know, Claudia. But I knew I could come right up to your room without going to the registration desk.
Oh, God.
I know. I shouldn't have done it. You know what it's like. They might be behind you any minute. I was so miserable I had to see you, Claudia. I can't say much more of it.
There, please. Calm down. You'll be all right.
Oh, Claudia.
No one will find you, please.
Oh, I'm too tired. Terribly tired. I'm very tired.
Doc, have you told me everything? Just as it happened?
Mm-hmm.
Doc, there's no reason to suppose the police were after me.
But I saw the car.
But in the state you're in, you could imagine anything. Hello, operator. Would you get me village 69970, please? And call me back when you complete the call.
That's my home. What are you doing, Claudia?
If the police are there, they'll answer. But if nobody has discovered the body, it'll just ring. Another thing, Doc. I think you made a mistake about Lyman.
Mistake?
Yes.
Well, you don't know, Lyman. He'd do anything for me. He's taking a big risk trying to help me.
Maybe he's trying to get your money. How can you say that? Stop, darling, don't you see? He wants you to bring him everything you have. Well, what's to prevent him from keeping it? You'll never be able to do anything to him without risking capture.
Claudia, if I can't believe in Lyman,
Listen to me. I know a way you can test him.
But...
Just a minute. Yes. Oh, thank you. There was no answer at your place, Doc.
Then the police don't know.
No, but Lyman does. Doc, you've got to find out about him.
How can I test him?
Listen.
I risked going to the bank and drew out all my cash. I was still safe. And I went to Lyman's place and quickly let me in.
You get the money?
Yes. It's in the suitcase.
Give it to me. Hurry. How much is it?
$10,000.
I've already seen that about the jewelry. Gave me $8,000 for them. Now, did you find a place to stay?
Yes. The Hotel Gainsborough, room 690.
All right. Wait there until you hear from me. If anyone tries to force their way in, you better use the gun I gave you.
The gun?
Haven't got a chance otherwise. You'd shoot your way out or be killed.
Lyman,
you better leave now. Here, take some of this money.
What are you going to do with the rest of it?
Save your skin, Doc.
Goodbye. Goodbye. I couldn't believe what Claudia had told me, yet there was something in his manner that made me follow her advice. In leaving, I slipped the lock on the door so it was easy for me to sneak after as a possible. I quietly opened and closed the door. I heard Lyman on the telephone. He was at his desk, talking very intensely. And then he see me come up behind him.
All right, I'll wait. Yes.
What he said made me draw the gun out of my pocket.
Yes? Yes, Inspector. Yes, Garth Walden phoned me. Only a few minutes ago. No, he told me he had murdered his wife. I believe it. The man's a homicidal maniac and he's armed with a gun. That's right. I pretended I was going to help him. He told me where he's hiding. It's room 690 at the Hotel Gainsborough. Yes. Tell your men to be careful because he's desperate and will put up a fight. Goodbye, Inspector.
Goodbye, Lyman.
Stop!
I heard every word.
Did you?
So you're my friend.
Yes, you're misunderstanding, Garth. This is part of a plan to help you.
There's the same penalty for 2 murders as there is for 1. Isn't that true, Lyman?
Garth, put that gun down, please.
My friend.
Garth, you can't. No.
I quickly gathered the money together, put it back in the suitcase, ran to the door. In the darkened hallway, I suddenly stood stock still when I heard... That was the voice of my wife. I turned, I saw her face. And with a shriek of terror, I ran into the street. I knew what had happened. It was an hallucination. My mind was trembling under the violent pressure of terror, bitterness, murder.
Garth Walden has just told us about 2 murders and his insanity. You know, that's the trouble with committing murder. It leads to lunacy, and lunacy leads to psychiatrists, and psychiatrists are so expensive. Well, let's hear Garth finish the story in his own words.
A cab was waiting outside the house, and I jumped into it. I had the driver take me to Claudia's hotel. I went to her room, told her everything that had happened.
So you murdered him?
Yes. You were right about him.
Doc, you shouldn't have come directly to the hotel.
I don't care anymore.
Well, you didn't tell Lyman that you were with me.
No, I lied to him. I said I was at the Hotel Gainsborough. It was just hallucination, Claudia. I've never had that before. I knew it in my mind.
Doc, you mustn't think about it. You've got to calm down. No. Here, I've got something for you.
What is it?
Take it, go on.
All right. What is it?
It will make you sleep. Take it.
All right.
Now lie down. Take a glass. My poor darling.
Claudia, you can't imagine what I've been through.
Don't think about it now.
What's going to happen to me?
Nothing, God. Nothing.
But the murder.
No, I'll help you. You'll get out of the country. Be able to start all over again someday.
I really believe that.
It can be done. I'll help you.
You better not. I told you what Lyman said about necessity.
I think that makes any difference to me.
You go to jail.
I wouldn't mind. It would help you.
After after me, we both may be killed.
Yes. Yes, we may.
Doesn't that mean anything to you?
No. If you die, do you think I'd care if I was killed?
Claudia.
Close your eyes.
You do love me, Claudia. I'll never forget this. Never. You've done more than any man would do like that.
Close your eyes.
I closed my eyes. I could still feel my jangled nerves torturing my body. Sleep? I don't know if I slept. But I saw this. Was it in a dream, a nightmare? I saw Claudia open my suitcase, take out the money, wrap it in a neat package, address it. A little later, there was a knock on the door.
The bad boy was in the middle of this for me. He can cover the postage. You keep the change.
Why'd you do that? It was a dream. Had to be a dream. You shouldn't have took the telephone.
Hello, operator? I want you to call the police at once. Yes, there's a man coming up to my room, and he's armed with a gun. He's a homicidal maniac.
I like that. But listen, couldn't believe it. Look, Claudia. Saw her coming towards me. She had a gun in her hand. Her lovely face was a spectacle of expression. This is a mask. Maybe it had to be. So I raised the gun, put it close to my head, and I looked through my half-closed eyes. I saw her throw the safety catch, get her trigger finger caught, his shoot. And then I aligned.
Oh, let go of my hand! Let go!
Give me that gun!
Oh, no!
I give it to me!
My arm!
There, Claudia. I got the gun now.
Oh, you hurt my arm.
Or did I?
What are you going to do?
You sent for the police, didn't you?
You heard that?
Yes. It wasn't a dream.
What do you say?
Nothing that'll make any difference to you now,
Now,
Claudia.
look, listen, Bart, you mustn't do anything foolish.
Such as murdering you, Claudia?
No, Bart.
And why not?
Don't.
What difference can another murder possibly make now?
Bart.
What did you do with that money?
I mailed it to the downtown post office, general delivery, under the name of Carol Crane.
So that's why you were so helpless. To get my money.
No. It was just a plan to help you.
The gun next to my head. That was a plan to help me, too, I
Bart?
You'd go to jail for me, wouldn't you? You'd die for me, wouldn't you? You're worse than Lyman.
Put down that gun.
It was for you that I was going to divorce Nina.
Bart!
You. Good God. The lovely mask lay there on the floor with a queer, twisted smile on his face. Underneath the door. Hey, I ran to the window. I flung it open. There was a terrace on the floor below, and I jumped. I came out of the room again. I raced through there to the corridor, down endless stairs to the lobby. Just about to go into the street when I heard a voice call. I spun around. Nina, my wife, I saw her face again, and I raced into the street. When I could calm down enough, I remembered a sort of little rooming house downtown. Nina and I had lived after we were married and had to count every penny. I was lucky enough to get a room. And that night I heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Nina.
Hello, Doc.
Nina.
Don't, calm down. Doc, I can help you.
You're dead.
No.
No.
Doctor, I know what happened.
I didn't kill you?
No, darling.
You were dead. I saw you.
I was close to death. You saved my life.
Huh?
Remember we used coal in the fireplace of the bedroom and we didn't open any window? I was unconscious from coal gas. You managed to wake up, I guess, and open the window. That's the saved.
But the bruises on your neck.
Don't you remember?
What?
Earlier that night, you got up to your feet and you had one of those fits of violence.
Oh. Good boy. Oh, Nina, do you know what I've done?
Yes, darling, I know what you've done.
tried to find you. I went to Lyman. I even went to Claudia.
Why'd you come here?
To help you.
Help me?
You're not yourself, Garth. You haven't been for some time. I know you need help more than you've ever needed it. I thought of this place you didn't expect to find. Darling, I have a little money. I borrowed it from my mother. Perhaps we can go from there.
Just let me go. Who is it?
The police, Walton. Better come out quietly. We know you're in there. Don't say anything, Walton. You haven't a chance.
Oh, you betrayed me, too.
No, Garth, I didn't. Listen to me. I'll help you now.
Oh, I haven't got a chance. I'll go to the jail for those 2 murders.
I have a gun. I've got the car outside. Now hold me in front of you. Use me as a shield. They won't dare fire and hit me. At least we'll have a fighting chance.
Tina, you'll do with this?
Yes.
Open the door. Come on, Walton. Open it.
You ready, Garth?
All right. I'll try it.
I'll open the door. Now stand in back of me.
Ah, you're... Hey, what's the idea?
Don't shoot, officer. I've got a gun. If you shoot, you'll hit her. Get out of the way now. We're coming through.
You fool. You can't get away with
We'll
this.
see about...
Hold! Hold it! Garth, don't mind me. Run for it!
Oh, Nina. Neither of the wounds were serious. Mine's healing now. Nina's well enough to visit me here in the hospital. In 2 days, I'll have to appear in court to answer a charge of murder. The 2 people I killed were 2 people I loved and trusted. And they both betrayed me when they thought I was a murderer. The only person who loved me enough to risk her life for me was my wife, Nina.
Well, friend, isn't that just like a wife? To come out of the grave and be sweet to you just before you go to the electric chair. Poor God. Well, he would have known better if he'd only read the inscription on the tomb of Slice 'em Alive, the Arabian Bluebeard, which says, "Never murder a wife who won't stay dead." And here's a thought to take to sleep with you. Never commit a murder to become wealthy, because being rich is so expensive these days.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host to welcome you through the portals of the squeaking door for another delightfully horrible half hour with a delicious assortment of obnoxious people. Friends, I've just come from a formal dinner that was given by the Society for the Prevention of People to raise money to buy a blood bank for toothless vampires. All the gay ghouls in town were there. As for the first course, they served
An ectoplasm salad with astral dressing. But the best part of the evening was the entertainment. They had a ballet of dancing skeletons doing a rumba to the beat of their own bones. It made everybody grin from ear to ear. Wouldn't you have liked to have been there?
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, The Magic Tile, was written by Milton Lewis and stars Mercedes McCambridge in the role of Catherine with Everett Sloane as Mark.
All right, friend. Let's get dreadful. Now, remember, don't scream back at the radio. It won't do you any good. All set. Then listen as we hear Catherine Brine tell us this story in her own words.
A flash of lightning, like a giant white electric light, lit up the sky that night as I went up the walk. And Brine Mansion looked like a huge gabled tomb standing there on the hill, its towers, two huge skeleton arms, stretching up into the black, sullen sky. For a moment I wanted to run as far and as fast as I could from this house where I was born. And I wish now that I had. But much as I hated it, I had come back. Not because I lived there, not because I wanted to be there, but because in this house I should find out if I was going to live or if I was going to die. I let myself in quietly and made my way to the living room. Then there was a rustling of skirts, and my mother suddenly appeared in the dim, shadowy light.
Cassie, dear.
Hello, Mother.
You're so late, I was becoming worried.
Oh? Was my stepfather worried, too?
Why, yes, dear. Mark is still up. Here, you've got to take your coat off. It's soaked through.
No, don't you touch me.
Cassie, darling.
And don't start sniveling over me again, Mother. I can't stand it.
I was just trying to help you.
Yes, you're always trying to help me, aren't you? Why didn't you think of helping me before you married that man upstairs? No. You're such a pretty woman, Mother. You couldn't possibly be without a husband. What would people say?
Catherine, please, you can't go on like this.
No, I can't. I can't go on very much longer without destroying myself.
You mustn't say such things.
And why not? It would make you and Mark very happy if I should die, wouldn't it, Catherine? Nobody in this house wants me to go on living.
Good evening, Catherine.
Mark, I didn't know you were here.
I'm aware of that. I heard you.
Mark, she didn't mean it. She didn't mean a word of it.
Oh, but I did. And now that you're both here, there's something that I've got to find out. Tonight. It's very important.
What is it?
10 years ago, my father died.
Catherine, we can't discuss that now.
We've got to. I've got to know certain things.
Why?
Because if I don't, something dreadful might happen to me.
Now, Catherine, you're exaggerating.
Dr. Wells doesn't think so. I've been going to him for months now. And he knows that there's grave danger that I'll go completely out of my mind if I don't find out about this.
My poor darling.
Don't pity me, Mother. Help me. Tell me how my father died. You know. You were there.
Catherine.
Don't try to put me off. You've lied to me about my father's death ever since I was a child.
But, Catherine, there's nothing to tell. Your father was killed in an accident. He was a doctor.
That will be enough, Lola.
But, Mark.
We'll call Dr. Wells the first thing in the morning and discuss this matter with him.
Why don't you let her tell me? What have you got to hide?
We're not going to discuss this until I speak to Dr. Wells. Lola, I suggest you come upstairs as soon as possible. Good night, Catherine.
Mother? He's gone. You were going to tell me. Where was this accident, Mother? How did it happen? Who was involved?
Cassie, you're in no state to hear anything right now. Mark was right. We should speak to Dr. Wells about it first.
Yes, speak to him. So that you can both make up an appropriate lie to tell me. Well, I don't want any lies. I want the truth about it, Mother. And I'm prepared to go to any length to get it. Look at this, Mother.
No, Catherine.
Look at it, I tell you. Look.
What is it?
A woman told this to me today. A strange little woman.
It's a sort of tiny painted tile.
It's not just an ordinary tile, Mother. Comes from the Orient, the woman said. And you see this odd design? Well, if you look at it long enough, a strange thing will happen. You'll find yourself able to talk to the dead, to see them wherever they are, and to touch them. Cuthbert. And I'm going to talk to my father.
You can't be serious.
If you won't tell me what I want to know, then the dead will. My mother left the room, and I sat down in front of the fireplace as I used to when I was a child. I looked at the tile, at the design, and parallel lines and dots seemed to dance before my eyes. I stared at it. It seemed to hold me, to control my gaze. And then almost at once I felt an icy chill in the air, and the design vanished. In its place, there was black, infinite space filled with shadows, and still shadows beyond shadows. And then I noticed a speck of gray come out of the blackness, with a strange, sulphurous odor, and it came toward me, at first very slowly, and gradually faster and faster, as though it were coming to me through endless years of space. Suddenly there was an ear-shattering thunderclap. A streak of lightning zigzagged through the room in an insane dance. And then I heard the front door close. I heard footsteps approaching. I turned around, faced the doorway, and then I saw him.
Don't scream.
Who are you?
You're Kathy Brine.
You know me?
I did, 10 years ago. How strange this house has become. As though deep in the heart of it, something started to rot and decay. It was not like this when I saw it last.
Where did you come from?
Tell me, how do I appear to you?
How you appear?
Yes, please.
You have white hair, a white beard, but your eyes. No, it can't be.
What can't be? That my eyes are the eyes of a corpse? That I look more like a dead man than a living one?
Yes.
That should not be so strange.
Oh. Who are you? Where did you come from?
Where is your mother?
Upstairs. In her room.
And her husband, I heard she'd remarried.
He's upstairs, too. Did you know my father?
Dr. Brine? Very well indeed.
How did he die? I want to know that.
He was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, murdered.
How do you know?
I saw it all.
You saw it?
I was punished for it.
You murdered him?
No. I did not kill him. He was the only friend I had in the world. That's why I came back here tonight, you see. Didn't you ever know how your father died?
No.
Would you like to know?
Yes, more than anything in the world.
He was the kindest of men. And that's what led to his destruction. He took a man under his care, a man who'd been given up as a raving maniac. And rather than see this man placed in an institution, he kept him in the guest cottage of his house.
Sweet. I remember now. That man was a poet.
Yes. His name was Dennis D'Amour. Your father believed this man was a great poet and struggled to save him.
Did this man murder my father?
No. One evening, when your father came in to treat D'Amour, there was a third man in the darkened cottage. This man leaped at your father and drove a knife into his back. The poor madman, frightened, ran over the countryside until he was caught by the police. And he was charged with the murder of your father.
You said that you saw all of this.
I did.
Then you're the
madman, Dennis D'Amour.
You're dead?
Perhaps I am.
Oh. And the murderer. Who was the person who murdered my father?
You know him quite well. He's the man who's now married to your mother, Mark Weldon.
Can you prove this?
Your father is the only one who can prove this.
My father? Can you bring my father back here?
Bring him back?
You came back. If you could only bring him and prove this.
Prove it? Perhaps I can. Perhaps I will bring him back tonight.
Just then there was a tremendous thunderclap, and the electric light failed. I tried to see him by the firelight, but he wasn't in the room. I ran to the door, stumbling over furniture in the darkness and screaming for him to wait. I opened the front door, but he wasn't there. So when I came back into the living room, my mother was there, and with her was Mark Weldon. Chelsea, we heard you screaming. Did you, Mother?
What happened?
I found out how my father died.
Really? How?
He was murdered.
Did you tell her anything?
No, not a word, Mark, I swear. Chelsea, how did you find out? I told you how I'd find out. That tile? Yes, that tile, Mother. It works. That's impossible. Of course you'd say that. But I discovered tonight that you, Mark, you murdered my father. You cleverly arranged that a poor patient of his named Dennis Damore would be arrested for the crime that you committed.
Who told you this?
Dennis Damore.
Damore? Was he here?
Yes. And he told me everything.
And you believed him?
Why shouldn't I?
Why, the man's a maniac. I don't know how he ever got here. He should be at the State Institution for the Criminally Insane.
Number, please.
Hello, operator. Will you put through a call to the State Institution for the Criminally Insane at Blyton? I wish to speak to whomever is in charge. And call me back as soon as you get them. It's urgent.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Thank you. Catherine, you actually claim you spoke to this man?
Yes, Mark. And he told me that he saw you murder my father.
You're lucky you escaped with your life. The man's a homicidal maniac. I find it shocking that you should even begin to believe this fantastic story.
But it seems to be true, Mark, doesn't it? My father was murdered, and Dennis Damore was sent away for the crime.
Yes, that part of it is true, but to accuse me...
He not only accuses you, Mark, but he's going to prove it.
How?
By bringing my father back here.
Laura, we've tolerated her in this house. Hello.
Hello, this is Dr. King, night supervisor of State Institution.
Oh, hello. This is Mark Weldon speaking. Has one of your patients, Dennis Damore, escaped?
Dennis Damore, the poet?
That's right, a homicidal maniac.
Well, he hasn't escaped, Mr. Weldon. He was one of the patients who was killed in a fire that broke out in this place 2 years ago.
What's that?
Well, didn't you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I heard you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Mark, what is it?
Dennis Damore is dead. He was killed 2 years ago.
Well, friends, how'd you like to have a little Chinese tile that can produce dead men for you? Or don't you think that Dennis Damore is a ghost? Maybe you think he's just an old pop-eyed poltergeist. Well, we'll know in a moment, as we hear Captain Bryan tell us the second half of her weird story.
My stepfather's hand trembled as he hung up the phone. Even in the red glow of the firelight, I could see that his face had suddenly turned snow white. My mother said nothing, but she stared at him as he went to the desk and lit one of the kerosene lamps which we use when the electricity fails at Bryan Mansion.
It's impossible. The dead can't come back. Unless you're making up this whole thing, Kathy.
Why should I invent a story like this?
Because you've always been insanely jealous. You've always hated your mother for marrying me. Isn't that true, Laura? Isn't it?
Yes, it's true.
There. You see, Catherine? Your mother loves you. She wouldn't lie. Now, tell us the truth. You made up this whole wild tale about Dennis Damore, didn't you?
No, Mark, I didn't invent it. Dennis Damour was here.
He couldn't have been. He's been dead for 2 years.
Then how would I know the things I told you?
I don't know. That's what you've got to explain.
Why does this upset you so? If you didn't murder my father, what difference does it make about Damour? Why are you so frightened?
I'm not frightened. I'm just determined to get to the bottom of this thing. What was that?
Just the thunder, Mark.
Laura, why are you looking at me like that?
Like what?
Staring at me. As though you've just seen me for the first time. Do you believe this mad story Catherine's told us? Do you think I murdered her father?
I just remembered certain things, Mark. I can't help it if I think of them now.
What things? Tell me what things?
2 days before the murder, you told me you were in love with me. I sent you away. I told you never to come to this house again.
Yes, go on.
On the night of the murder, I saw you standing in the moonlight near the guest cottage.
You did?
I thought I was mistaken, especially since you claimed you were at home that night. Mark, now don't be angry with me. I can't help thinking of these things now. It's only natural.
Natural? Is it natural for a man's wife to accuse him of a crime like murder? And on the basis of what? The word of a psychopathic girl who should have been confined long ago. She talked to a man who's been dead for 2 years. I suppose you believe that, too. And who is this man, even assuming that he is alive? A madman, a homicidal maniac who took your first husband's life when your husband tried to kill him. Well, I've had enough of this.
Mark, what are you taking out of that drawer?
Kathy, come here.
Why, Mark, put that gun away.
Shut up, Laura. Kathy, I won't hurt you unless you try something dangerous. I'm holding this gun because I believe your mother and I are no longer safe in the same room with you. Now, I want the truth. You were lying to us before, weren't you?
No.
Very well, then. Who is this man you saw? I'd like to see him, too.
I don't know.
Of course you don't, because he doesn't exist.
He does. He appeared when I looked at the Chinese style.
The Chinese style? Good, good. Look at your Chinese style now. Make him appear.
You're trying to make a fool of me, a liar.
You do as I tell you. Look at that tile. Go on.
All right. I will.
Now, what do you see?
Nothing. But the design.
Yes, and that's all you're going to see.
No. The design is fading. It's getting dark. Dark. Nothing but blackness. Mark! I heard the front door. Someone just came in.
Yes.
Those footsteps. That's just how he came in the last time.
Perhaps, but I doubt it.
Good evening.
No! It is Damour.
Do you remember me, Laura?
Yes. You've changed a great deal, but it is you.
Mr. Weldon, it's been 10 years since I've seen you.
Damour. Then you're not dead. There must have been some mistake when they identified you.
Not dead.
You escaped. Someone must have been identified instead of you. That's the only explanation.
It depends on what you choose to believe, Mr. Weldon. I brought a guest with me.
My father.
That's Brian. I'm sure you know these people quite well. Of course you do.
What's he saying? He's talking to my father.
That's right, Kathy. Unfortunately, you cannot see him. But he is here. Aren't you, Doctor?
Damour, what are you up to?
What do you think?
If you come back here to make trouble...
Trouble? No. I've come back because someone wanted to know the truth. And I brought the doctor back for the same reason. Doctor, before these others, I want you to tell us who murdered you. Who murdered you?
Look! You shot him!
Yes.
Why? Why?
He's dangerous. A maniac.
That's not the reason. It's because you murdered my father and you didn't want us to know.
All right, Kathy. I did kill him.
Mark!
It doesn't make any difference now. This maniac has planted the suspicion in your minds. You would have found out sooner or later.
Mark!
Yes, I killed him. For you, Laura. I love you. That's over now. It's been over for a long time. I know what to do now, and it's going to be very simple, thanks to our friend lying there.
What are you going to do?
Don't you know, Laura? It's so simple. Your bodies must be found in such a condition that they will be certain Demore killed you. Then I'll tell them how I shot the homicidal maniac to protect myself.
The same way he killed my father?
Yes, Kathy.
You won't die, Kathy. If you think you could kill me, well, then...
Demore!
Do you think those shots will stop me?
No, don't you come near me. Stand back!
Nothing will stop me, Weldon.
The gun. It's empty. No door. Back room.
I saw the bullet strike Demore. They hit him, but they didn't stop him from lurching toward Mark and seizing him by the throat. As they fell to the floor, the kerosene lamp fell off the table. It might have been the wind, but I believe otherwise. I'm almost certain it was my father. And then in a moment, the drapes were on fire and the whole place was blazing. I screamed to my mother to leave, and she ran with me out of the blazing building, out into the storm that raged outside. 2 weeks later, my mother came into the hotel room where we were staying. I've just come from the police, Kathy.
Well, Mother?
Only one body is positively identified.
Whose?
Mark.
The other body?
They haven't been able to find it amongst the rubble.
I don't believe they ever will.
But, Kathy, the police checked with the authorities at the state institution. It seems that some of the patients did escape at the time they had the fire there 2 years ago. It's possible that Demore was among them.
It's possible, but I doubt it.
You think Demore died 2 years ago?
Yes, Mother. Don't you? A short time later, the police found something in the ruins of the building that had once been a human being. They assumed it was the remains of Dennis Damour. Identification was impossible. However, these remains freed us of all suspicion. And now we are living in the city, a long way from Bryan Mansion, where I know that the dead come back to settle their debt with the murderer.
Well, friends, I guess you've met ghosts before, but I'm sure this is the first time you've ever met a crazy spook. Or don't you think Dennis Demore was a ghost? Well, you know, there's only one way to find out if ghosts really exist. Just ask one to haunt you sometime. And that, of course, brings us to the moral of this story, which is taken from the gibberings of Graveyard, the wise old lunatic who said, if you wake up screaming in the middle of the night, close the window, don't bother the neighbors.